still only 5:59. The official timer, as I have been told. Not the clock on the back wall. No.
Nobody. Congratulations are in order.
What are we congratulating them?
Proud lucky lady today. No, she was here.
Shut
Yeah, I
up.
was sorry for that.
Yeah, that one's wrong. So it just now hit 6. What? No, I got nothing. I got 2 public comments.
That pretty white. It's like the one that's across. I mean, they kind of all look the same, right? So it's the one that's like across the street from the all white. Really, it's older, and so everything's been like over the years. Weird options are in. It's full, so you can't do a lot right now. So we just have to do a big thing. I do like it, it's pretty.
Eeny, meeny, miny, moe. You see that? Oh, yeah. Are we all ready, Michelle? All good? All right. Good evening, everyone. I'm going to call to order the Wednesday, March 6, 2019 meeting of the Reno City Planning Commission. First thing on the agenda, I'd like to ask everybody to rise for the Pledge of Allegiance led by Commissioner Olivas.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you. Michelle, can we have roll call, please?
Okay, Britton Griffith,
Present.
Peter Gower.
Here.
Hang on just a second. Ed Hawkins,
Here.
John Marshall. Here. Paula Levis,
Here.
Kevin Weisky,
Here.
Mark Johnson.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Great, thank you. Before we move to the next item on the agenda, I would like to ask the commission, based on some conversations with staff, would like to move item 8.6, which is case number LDC 00034, Military Road Makita, up and hear it immediately after item 8.1. Doing that in order to get 2 geographically similar locations back to back and address some staffing. So I guess I would ask if there's any issues from the commission on that. Okay, seeing none, just so everybody in the audience is aware, we're just going to move item 8.6 up and hear it after item 8.1. And so with that, I will move on to item 3, which is public comment. For anyone in the audience wishing to make a public comment on this item or any item on the agenda, please see Michelle to fill out one of these forms. This item is for general public comment, and I will start with Danny Cleus.
Danny Cleus for the record. As everybody knows, Lemon Valley is underwater again. City of Reno needs to stop the building out there. That means anything. Everybody knows you don't have the sewer capacity for it. Everybody knows everything that goes built around that lake gets drained into that lake. That lake cannot handle anymore. We need to stop all this nonsense until that lake gets fixed. Been listening to engineers forever saying, hey, we'll do our flood mitigation. Then when it doesn't work, oh, we did it to code. Well, it's time to start changing your guys' code. Should start with you guys, going to whoever to say, we need to change this because it's not working anymore. Everybody's planned everything just to, I don't know where to drain the water. All your master plans, that new one, Reimagine Reno. You know what I reimagine Reno as? A fishbowl. Because as soon as you take up all the green space, all the places that the water drains, that's what you're going to be in, a fishbowl. Because if you look at every valley here, Truckee Meadows, the Lemon Valley area, Cold Springs Valley, they're all surrounded by mountains. Luckily, Reno has a Truckee River to drain to the pyramid to get rid of their water. Out in the North Valleys, we don't have anywhere for our water to drain. It needs to quit. It needs to stop. Moratorium or whatever you want to call it. It needs to stop. My house, well, now Lemon Valley Drive is closed for the second time. So that's 2 winters it's been closed. And partially in a third winter. It's going on for 2 years. Nobody would want this stuff in their neighborhood, but yet everybody wants to build more and more around there. If this was happening anywhere else, it would be dealt with. And I don't see why I have to live like this because of idiotic planning. And just keep on building warehouses after warehouses when you know all it does is goes right to Swan Lake or it goes to Silver Lake. It's getting old, guys. 2 years, 3 winters is enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Denise Ross.
Hi, Denise Ross. I'll go into the same lecture you guys always hear from us. Swan Lake is full. There's nowhere for the water to go. We're on the news again tonight because we have some other water issues going underneath Pompey, which that concerns all of you because City of Reno is contributing to that, and all of the developers behind me that are going to be having their effluent water go into that lake are contributing to it as well. And my thoughts are they're as guilty at that point as the city for not declaring a moratorium out there. This is a picture of the lake, right where you guys are going to be considering the warehouses to be built tonight. Really? Really? I mean, you need to consider about the grading issues, and I'll be representing Tammy in the statements before that. Here's the water
pouring in from the other side of Pompey Drive. There is such extreme pressure from Swan Lake now that it is literally pushing its way underneath Pompey Road. It's going to be a catastrophic failure. You know who's going to be on the line for that? Because I've notified everyone. We've notified the news. We've notified all of the people in the county, the city, the county. I don't think you guys need it on your shoulders. Sorry, I'm trying. Anyway, what's going on out there is sad. This is water coming in from underneath the HESCO barriers on Pompey. It's starting to really become serious. Like I said, these are all things that you guys need to consider for your findings. And we need roads. Right now, we have one way in that valley and one way out, and that's Military Road. Unless you go over the slippery, slidey road of Dirt Deodore, and that's even closed to thorough traffic. Those are your findings. There's nowhere for the water to go. There's no way for the water, for the roadways. I think that should eliminate all your findings for all of the developments that are going to happen out there. You can't have water coming in from outside sources, from outside a closed basin, and have that water end up going into a closed basin. All these outside water sources are causing the floods. You can't keep pouring water into a full bowl. Please take responsibility for it.
Next is Tim Jeter.
Try and get through this really quick. My name is Tim Jeter, 20-year residence, Lim Valley business owner. Been in the construction trade 38 years. My wife and I own a construction company for the last 18 years, and I'm here in opposition to this development on Military Road. For the following reasons, continue to allow development around the basement that is completely flooded. It just shows lack of moral character. The basin is currently, and for at least last 2.5 years, posted imminent threat of flooding to the surrounding community of Lemon Valley. And furthermore, if we don't implement a resolution to Swan Lake, it's just currently irresponsible not to do something to that first before any new building. Again, I'm a general contractor, so I'm not against development, but development that doesn't make sense to an area that's completely flooded just doesn't sound right to me, and it isn't right. This is my home. 5 times I've had to deal with this around their property. It's no fun. And it just kind of makes me wonder that, what does a developer do in these areas? Do they actually come out to the site? Do they see the site? Or do they just send their experts? And, if that's the case, I think the developer should come out. Because come on, what do? They look at this and say, hey, this is a great crap hole, flooded crap hole. Let's just go ahead and build some warehouses here and make this situation worse. I just can't even fathom what that conversation is like if they actually see that site themselves. We already know that their controls and their retention ponds don't work. I've built a few of those myself. We've had other developers in here state that they only protect their development. Areas that are flooded will continue to be flooded. We know that those retention pits retain water to a certain point, and then they release. And they release into storm swells and whatnot that you can see go right into culverts and canals and end up right in Swan Lake. And the best retention we currently have out there right now to help us is undisturbed soils. When you put a bunch of concrete and hard materials on top of those, that water just immediately runs off to their control areas and immediately into the lake. So we'd really like to get behind, I'm not against development, but I think the city and county should make their first priority of, let's come up with an idea, include the developers and say, let's get this problem fixed first. I got a lot of ideas and I'd be willing to share them with all of you. But I don't got any more time left, so if you'd like to give me a call, I leave my card here. Thanks.
Arlo Stockham? Did I say that right? Okay.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Arlo Stockham, and I'm your new CD Department Director here. Just wanted to come up and say hi, but also that, there is a real problem up in the North Valleys, and I hope I personally can be part of a solution to that, and everyone can come together to do something. I've been driving by that, watching for a while now. But I haven't really gotten up to speed with everything. This is just my second week. Look forward to meeting you all and hopefully doing good stuff together. Thanks.
Thanks, Arlo. Usually we bring you up at the end of the meeting, but apparently we figured that wasn't going to happen tonight. Probably a good move. I appreciate that. Is that for this item? Okay, no problem. Next is Kathy Jeter.
Kathy Jeter, Lemon Valley resident. You've already heard all the problems out there. It's probably worse than what it was in 2017.
Kathy, can you pull the microphone over and speak?
Oh, sorry. This is what's posted for workers that work in Swan Lake near the irrigation. This isn't posted by the elementary school where the kids go to school. It's not posted when the water's in all these residents' front yards and backyards. This is not clean water. This needs to be fixed. My grandkids go to that school. The wind blows all the time. If workers have to do all this precaution, what about the residents that live there every day? Something's got to be done. 2.5 years. We should be here saying thank you for all your help. Nothing is done. Nothing's fixed. How long do we have to wait? You've heard it all. Either I have nothing else to say. You want to read one of these, I'll leave them for you.
Michelle, do we have any additional requests to speak on this item? While we're checking on that, is there anyone else wishing to make public comment under general public comment?
Sorry.
State your name and
Nona Perry. I live at the end of Dickerson Road. I live right next to Oxbow Park. It's a city park that has a lot of different entities that take care of it. I'm just on the verge now of being very nervous about flooding myself. The park allows water to come in directly into the park, and it floods the park. Then it comes across and goes into my railroad lease land and fills up my buildings. And then when it gets so full, it can't go anywhere else. It turns and heads back to the river. I have a berm on my property, so the water doesn't come in my property. But it fills up so much, and then it floods just tumultuously across my yard, and it goes out my southeast corner. And I see absolutely no reason why the park can't be graded and some kind of a slant be put on it before it gets to my property so the water can go right back out again before it floods my property, my house. I have flood insurance, but it only covers the house itself and its contents. And I spent a lot of money in 2018 to fix everything that happened in 2017. I was stunned when I talked to the people in charge, and I said, why didn't you grade the land? And they said, well, FEMA says we have to put it back exactly like it was. Well, this will be like about the 5th or 6th time that it's been put back exactly like it was. And I'd like to see something different happen, even if it's temporary, where some slats are put along the park and then taken back out again after the flood is over. The trees that would be naturally taken down by the beavers and create a dam are all wired up, so the natural state of things is not intact. The beaver can't get to the trees to cut them down, to build a dam, to keep the water from flooding. So I don't really think it's a nature park after all. Thanks.
All right. Any additional requests to speak under this item? Seeing none, I'll close public comment, bring it back to Commission for item number 4, approval of the minutes. We're looking at the minutes from the meeting January 16th. Looking for comments or a motion.
Commissioner Hawkins, I'll make the motion to accept the minutes.
Commissioner Gower, I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Commissioner Griffith abstain.
Commissioner
you.
Olivas abstain.
Thank you very much. Okay, moving on to item number 5, City Council Liaison Reports.
I have nothing from Councilwoman Weber.
Thank you. Next item is item number 6, presentation from the Air Quality Management Division of Washoe County Health District on the Ozone Advance Program. Daniel,
Thank you,
welcome back.
Hey, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and members of the commission. For the record, Daniel Inoue with the Washoe County Health District Air Quality Management Division. Thank you for the opportunity to come back and give you an update on our Ozone Advance program. It's been, I think, about 2.5 years since we were able to present to the Planning Commission. So just some quick background on the National Ambient Air Quality Standards. The Environmental Protection Agency establishes air quality standards for different pollutants, including ozone. We've had some great success with wintertime air pollution, but now we are being challenged with summertime pollution, which is mostly the ozone concentrations. So here's a trend over the last 10 years related to ozone. If you look at just the curve, you'll see some familiarity with that. Basically, that can also represent the economy, it can represent vehicle miles traveled, and even if you extend that, it can even represent crashes related to bikes and pedestrians as well. So that's a very standard curve. In this case, it fits what we're doing on the ozone side. So how did we get to 100% of the ozone air quality standard? It's been a combination of federal and local events. First, which is very important, is EPA reviews air quality standards, and in this case for ozone, they reviewed it and found that the level of harm is lower. So they have been strengthening it since 1997, 2008, and 2015. In 2016, the Health District participated in EPA's Ozone Advance Program. In 2016, 17, and 18, Reno Planning Commission took the lead and made air quality one of its top priorities. And also in 2016, the Reno City Council adopted Resolution 8189 supporting Ozone Advance. And since 2011, we've seen great increases or large increases in population, vehicle miles traveled, and also ozone. So what are the sources of ozone? Ozone is a combination of nitrogen oxides, volatile organic compounds, and sunlight. The largest category of ozone precursors is motor vehicles, the on-road motor vehicles, that's cars and trucks. The second largest category is off or non-road mobile sources. These can include construction equipment, trains, and also aircraft. The third category falls within the point and non-point categories, and that industry can fall within those categories there. So kind of keep that in mind as we go to further slides down the road. So the health district's approach to maintaining the ozone standard has been to incorporate ozone advance goals into region-wide plans like the Regional Transportation Plan or Truckee Meadows Regional Plan, to incorporate it into local plans like Reimagine Reno and other long-term plans. An example would be the Complete Streets Plan as well. And then making it one of the priorities gives you the basis to make these good decisions to help our ozone concentrations today and in the future. Another approach or to add to that is we get top-down support from all the jurisdictions within this area to make ozone advance a priority. And also these goals are grouped into 3 general categories, that being technology, behavior, and the built environment. So again, ozone advances 5 goals address the largest categories of ozone precursors. We look at reducing impacts from on-road motor vehicles. And when we look at the impacts from development projects, from an air quality point of view, we're looking at it from the trips and the vehicle miles traveled and the tailpipe emissions. So not necessarily level of service. So the true environmental impacts from motor vehicles is in the trips, VMT, and tailpipe emissions. The second largest category is also our second priority. It's to reduce the impacts from those off-road motor vehicles. Another goal is to reduce the impacts from the urban heat island. So that kind of addresses it twofold. One is the increased energy it takes to cool the area, not only with houses and buildings, but also cars. So you use more energy to cool your car, it creates more emissions. And then also just a warmer temperature speeds up the ozone production process. A fourth goal is to increase the energy efficiency of buildings. And then the fifth goal is to educate and empower champions such as the Planning Commission to make good decisions for a healthy community. So what we're doing tonight meets goal 5. So as I mentioned, Ozone Advance has top-down support, not only from the city of Reno, but also these jurisdictions or these boards and commissions, from the Board of Health all the way to the Regional Transportation Commission and Regional Planning Governing Board. The resolution of support is similar to the one that the city of Reno adopted in 2016. So by having this top-down support from many jurisdictions in the area, we cover the whole geography of Washoe County, especially in this urban area. So lately, we've been taking a different approach or a new approach to getting Ozone Advance implemented, and that's by providing agency comments on development proposals. You'll start to see more agency comments from the Air Quality Management Division, and those will support Ozone Advance, and also indirectly or really directly other plans like the Reimagine Reno and Sustainability Plan as well. So we'll have standard comments for standard categories. Transportation, as I mentioned, is the largest category of ozone precursors. So we're going to be encouraging things that promote active transportation and connectivity. Smart trips, we're starting to see more smart trips or employee trip reduction programs implemented into these projects. And we feel that every business with any number of employees should have some form of a smart trips program, even if it's as simple as providing the information to the employees so they know that there's these options are available. We promote clean transportation, and when I say EV-ready construction, that would be related to new residential, single-family and multifamily construction. By having things prepped in, for example, in your garage to have a dedicated 220 circuit in there, it makes the electric charging of your personal vehicle more convenient. Without that 220 connection in there, you could either use your 110, get basically a trickle charge, or if you want to really take advantage of the charging aspect, having a dedicated 220 circuit in your garage can really make installing that charger very, very simple. Just basically plug and play. We encourage things like park and ride lots when possible. Truck idling, we make comments related to that. Related to energy, we're really promoting conservation and efficiency. We're really trying to get some stretch goals in there to have construction that meets LEED or Energy Star requirements or levels, and also prepping new construction for possible generation. By doing these things during construction phase, it really reduces the retrofit costs in the future. So schools is another thing that we'll comment on. In greenfield areas, having the school located in a central location is very important to that community. If it's on an edge, that reduces the amount of opportunities that students will have for walking and biking. But if it's in a central location, we can reduce the number of cars needed to transport those students. And from the school district perspective, it can also reduce the number of bus routes needed for that particular school. And also, we encourage the Safe Routes to School program for either the school or the residential development as well. Charter schools are becoming more common or more popular, and that has a different set of issues related to that. Because they're not neighborhood schools, most of the transportation is going to be related to personal cars and trucks. So that is one of the emerging issues here locally. And then back to urban heat island, we encourage cool corridors and cool islands. And we encourage the cool roof technology, and I've had some questions related to, well, what is cool roof technology on residential construction? And that can be as simple as just choosing or lightening the shade of the roof. So that can go a long way toward changing the albedo of the roof and that heat absorbing colors and materials as well. And then tree canopy is something that we encourage. We piggyback on City of Reno's goal of 10% canopy coverage by 2035 or in the future, basically. So as new development comes in, we want to make sure that it contributes to that goal of 10% coverage. And then also, we will comment on the construction impacts. The second largest category of ozone precursors is construction equipment, and some of the older engines out there are very, very dirty compared to the engines that have been built in the last 5 to 10 years. So having clean construction equipment can go a long way toward improving air quality. But also keep in mind that the construction impacts are temporary. The long-term impact is the indirect sources, such as the cars and trucks. So construction impacts are temporary, long-term impacts and the cumulative impacts are related to the traffic of that project. And then we also discuss or mention the Air Quality Management Division permit requirements as well. So, fast forward, what happens if we don't meet the air quality standards? Well, the Clean Air Act has specific deadlines and timelines to meet these air quality standards. If areas don't meet these standards, then the requirements become more stringent. So over time, they can really put a strangle on growth. On the environmental health side, basically, if we don't meet the standard, our air is not healthy to breathe. On the public health side, we'll see more or higher rates of chronic diseases such as asthma, COPD, and diabetes. On the economic side, and maybe this is something that you haven't heard before in a forum like this, but something that we need to put onto the board, if we continue to not meet the air quality standards, then it could have an impact on the economic health of our area. First off, it would require an update to the regional transportation plan, and transportation conformity will be required. And what that will basically mean is the vehicle miles traveled that we have in the regional transportation plan will have to be reduced because the largest source of ozone precursors is traffic. So most likely we will have to reduce the VMT in the regional transportation plan, and we'll develop a motor vehicle emissions budget as well. As I mentioned, if we can't get those reductions or can't keep our air clean from the cars and trucks, then what? Then we'll have to get the extra emission reductions from industry. And if you remember that pie chart earlier in the presentation, it was a pretty small part of the overall emissions. So it's very important to make these differences and improvements on that large piece of those pie charts. Emission offsets up to 1.5 to 1 could be possible. If we continue to not meet the standard, then the federal government or EPA could step in and basically run our air quality programs, and they will be very, very strict and very decisive on their actions. And maybe what is most important to this is that if we continue to not meet the standard, then other states and even counties will look more attractive than Washoe County for businesses that want to expand or relocate. What's interesting when we talk about this is you could rewind what I'm saying and push it back maybe 30 or 40 years and just relocate where I'm standing into California. And this is kind of the same conversations that they may have been having 30 or 40 years ago. So for that short term, Nevada and Washoe County has benefited from the state of California not meeting those air quality standards, but it can still continue down the line. So some of the takeaways from this presentation tonight is that ozone is associated with vehicle trips, vehicle miles traveled, and even the fleet mix. Business as usual development or growth means meeting the code. And that also means 100% of the ozone standard. So everything that we're doing today gets us to 70 parts per billion, which is 100% of the standard. Some of the things that Reno and the Planning Commission can encourage would be better than business as usual projects. And if adding additional conditions becomes more common, then perhaps looking at the ordinances and codes that support ozone advance. And also supporting ozone advance supports other strong plans that we have in the area, like the Reno Master Plan and the Sustainability and Climate Action Plan, and even the Urban Forestry Management Plan. So supporting ozone advance, it has so many co-benefits related to all the existing plans that we have in this area. Like to close with a quote from Vince Lombardi, and perfection is not attainable, but if we chase perfection, we can catch excellence. And perhaps this should summarize how we plan for growth in the Truckee Meadows. So that concludes my presentation. Again, thank you for the opportunity to come back. And if you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to address those.
Thank you, Daniel. Commissioners, questions? Commissioner Gower.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is related to the plans that we have in place and what you talk about is the business as usual. And moving forward with those plans, is implementing the goals and policies and actions in those plans, Sustainability Climate Action Plan, Reimagine Reno. If we implement those policies, are we on the path towards avoiding what you talk about with the, exceeding the 100% becoming non-attainable?
Mm-hmm. We are learning more about what our carrying capacity is basically here in the Truckee Meadows. We're doing more studies and research to find out what is the carrying capacity as far as vehicle miles traveled or growth is. We know in general that reducing or going the other way around, if we increase vehicle miles traveled, that will increase or could increase emissions because as cars get cleaner, the overall fleet mix will be cleaner, but that's where that growth can overtake control. So we are doing more studies to get a better handle on what is that particular limit, but supporting those other plans to reduce VMT and trips and emissions from that biggest part of the pie will go a long way toward helping us maintain the air quality standard. What we're trying to do is take that trajectory from the early chart that I had and basically bend that curve.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just follow-up question. So bending that curve as a planning commissioner, as a planning commission, is that taking what we have as conditions and code now, and with what Lynn Barker, for instance, is developing with the information with the Sustainability and Climate Action Plan, bending that curve, is that taking that extra step on the part of the planning commission to do a little bit more with air quality in mind to bend that curve, or is it okay just to sit back in those policies and implement them as they are, and that we're going to be okay?
The general answer or short answer is yes, that will help. One of the things that we rely on is federal emission standards and federal programs to help improve air quality, but we've seen some relaxation in some of those programs, such as the Clean Power Plan, the CAFE standards for motor vehicle mileage goals or targets. So part of this is relying on the federal programs, but here locally, basically, we can look at what our air monitoring data says. We are at 100% of the standard, and that is with the things that we are doing right now. So if we do things exactly as we're doing right now, we'll be at 100% of the standard. So by implementing or encouraging or requiring some of these better than business as usual practices, that will help bend the curve.
Thank you.
Commissioners, additional questions? Mr. Marshall?
Thank you, Mr. Inouye. I want to follow up on Commissioner Gower's questions regarding better than business as usual as actually being able to bend the trend downward if we're adding trips as a result of we can get better, we can get more efficient, but if we're adding trips, if we're adding trip lengths, if we're adding VMT, we're not decreasing those things. And if you're saying that the increase in efficiency of engines and emissions technology is uncertain, then how is adding to 100% of the ozone level, even if it's better than what we've been doing in the past, actually going to drive us below the 70 ppm?
Parts
70,
per
what is it?
billion.
Standard.
Okay, let me try and explain it this way. If the vehicle miles traveled in our community stayed the same, we would see fewer emissions, fewer tailpipe emissions based on the fleet turnover from the older, higher polluting vehicles to the cleaner vehicles. So if we did nothing, if vehicle miles traveled did not increase, we would see an improvement in tailpipe emissions based on the technology and the fleet turnover and attrition of the older vehicles as well. So as vehicle miles traveled increases, depending on the amount of increase, it could offset the benefits from the improved cleaner fleet. So it's a tricky tightrope to walk. In general, we need to pay attention to vehicle miles traveled.
Right. I'm very familiar with, unfortunately, from another situation, but very familiar with how VMT operates and the fantastic effect on decreasing in particularly NOx that has occurred over as a result of federal emission standards. But the question is, your fleet turnover is incrementally getting smaller and smaller as you go out years because the difference in your emission standards is getting smaller and smaller. So while you can rely in part on fleet turnover to make up some of the ground that we need to make up in order to drive us below, if we are adding significant levels of VMT instead of holding that constant, what are you? Let me ask this another way. Are you able to tell us, an estimate of what it's going to take in terms of looking at, the amount of vehicle miles traveled, an increase that could be offset with the projected and anticipated increase in emission standards?
We don't have that exact number. We are evaluating that. We're working with regional planning to get more technology and more models available so we can do some of the modeling. So as we go into some of these out years, as the fleet mix changes, we can see what impact that has on emissions and then ultimately ozone concentrations in just qualitative terms. An increase in vehicle miles traveled will be connected to increase in tailpipe emissions, which can lead to an increase in ozone concentrations. So we don't have the exact number, but in general, vehicle miles traveled is one of the key indicators to watch as far as what our ozone concentrations are going to do. Going back to that ozone trend where we saw the increase in ozone concentrations, that dip, and then that rebound. Again, it doesn't have to, you can take that chart, change the labels, say, here's the economy of the Truckee Meadows or employment. So we saw that boom in the 2008-9 area, and then we saw that big recession, and then we see it coming back up. So there's a strong relationship between human activity, especially vehicle miles traveled, and pollution and ozone concentrations. So again, that trend of the ozone concentration applies to basically all anthropogenic activity and the economy in this case.
Thank you. Do you have any information on the two components of VMT is trip and trip length, as to what's driving VMT increase? Is it primarily one or the other, or is it a combination of both in the Truckee Meadows? Are we seeing just an increased number of trips because our population is going up, or are we also seeing an increase in average trip length? Or do you have any information on that?
I don't have any of that at hand, but those are the things that we're tracking. In our Ozone Advanced Annual Report, we track vehicle miles traveled. Another indicator we track related to that is per capita VMT. So we may see an increase in vehicle miles traveled overall, but if we see a decrease in the rate of increase, then that's the first part of succeeding in this. And then also using the per capita VMT as well. That's an indicator that we like to track to measure how effective these programs are to reduce trips and vehicle miles traveled.
So is your recommendation then that for every project that we have coming before us, we look at TDM and active transportation measures and, put all those projects through a fairly rigorous review as to what they can do in terms of their VMT and trip reduction?
I think with the employee trip reduction or the Smart Trips program, we are working with the Regional Transportation Commission to basically redevelop their existing program. And we have it going down to businesses with as few as one employee. And again, the requirements for that would be, hey, here's information about Smart Trips program, here's information about carpooling, and just leaving it at that. As businesses get larger with more employees, then we'll have stronger or more effective, I should say effective, but we'll have more goals and targets for them. We appreciate your comments there on the Northern Nevada Sierra Medical Center, that project there, and acknowledging that a business that size should have some basic employee trip reduction program.
And no other questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Additional questions? Mr. Gower?
Mr. Chairman, last question, just going back to VNT. We have these strategies for trip reduction, but isn't a big component of VNT kind of where Commissioner Marshall was going related to the overall form and pattern of development and location of the source of trips and the origin and destination of the trips. So when we look at development proposals, it's not just the actual project itself and incorporating strategies, but the actual location of the development in the city.
I agree with that statement. The way that our growth patterns are, our land use patterns, determines what our trip lengths are going to be. So by future development, providing more alternatives to driving a car will automatically reduce the number of trips and trip lengths as well.
And implementing strategies like infill development and higher density growth in core areas, that's positive. We're going in a positive direction with those type of strategies.
Those things would support Ozone Advance and those other plans as well. I mentioned the categories of our Ozone Advance program addressing technology, behavior, and built environment. So that built environment component is very key to reducing the impacts from motor vehicles.
Excellent. Thanks very much for your presentation tonight.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Commissioner Weisky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Daniel, when do you think you'll have the information available regarding VMTs? And the reason I ask that, or what we should be considering, or staff should be considering for average or maximum VMTs. The reason I say that is because a month and a half ago, we turned a project down at the south end of the valley because they wanted to remove a component that included neighborhood commercial development to it and just go straight housing. And we all felt that that was a component that should be considered for this area to shorten the VMTs. So when will you have something that would help substantiate what our policy and theories are?
On the carbon monoxide and PM10 side of things, we do have a motor vehicle emissions budget, which does relate to VMT. But going on the ozone side, we are working to improve our inventories, improve the methodologies, and basically improving the inputs into that model. We are at least a year out.
Okay. Thank you. No further
Can
questions.
I add to that?
Please.
Okay. If we did become a non-attainment area, then we would have to develop a motor vehicle emissions budget, and then that answer would be basically fast-tracked.
Got it.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioners, additional questions? Daniel, thank you very much.
Thank you very
Appreciate
much.
the information. Okay, moving on. Next item on the agenda, item 7.1, acceptance of the City of Reno Planning Progress and Priorities Report. Heather, good evening. What'd you do to her?
Good evening, Commissioners. Heather Manzo, Associate Planner for the record. This is the Planning Progress and Priorities Report that we kind of worked on the goal setting portion of that report last month during the Planning Commission workshop. During that goal setting workshop, the Planning Commission chose to retain just about all of the elements in last year's goals. But in doing so, some of the goals were updated, and then several of them had identifiers that really were related to the upcoming zoning code update. And so with the updated goals for 2019, 3 goals have been incorporated into a newly established goal that's really zoning code update related. And then with that, that really concludes my presentation unless you have any questions on other elements of the report. And the recommendation for a motion to forward this report to the City Council for acceptance is on page 2 of the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. You just made that quick because you didn't want to stand for very long, right? Is that what's happening there?
I'll be
Okay.
here later. Yeah.
Okay, no problem. Commissioners, do we have any questions on the report as presented in staff? If not, I'm looking for a motion, as Heather noted, is listed on page 2. Commissioner Weisky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to recommend that City Council accept the City of Reno Planning Progress and Priorities Report with the 2019 Planning Commission goals adopted during the goal-setting workshop as presented tonight.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Griffith, I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Before we take that, I just want to state for the record, I appreciated what we did. It was a very good goal-setting workshop, and I think the synopsis of it in the staff report is excellent. So I commend you and everybody else that worked on that. So with that, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
And I'm
Thank
going
you
to
very
jump in
much.
really quick. Claudia Hanson, Planning Manager, to thank staff for working on this and having such an efficient workshop at the last time. Thank you.
Excellent. Okay, next on the agenda, moving on to our public hearings. First one on the agenda, and again, for those of you who came in late, one of the first items of business was to identify that item 8.6, which is the LDC 1900034 Military Road Makita project, will actually be heard second after item 8.1, which is case number LDC 1900030, the North Virginia Street Industrial Flex Space. And we will start with Commissioner, you don't have anything on this one, sorry.
Commissioner,
No,
you've elevated
I was looking at one of my commissioners, sorry. Presentation from the applicant.
Good evening. For the record, Dave Snellgrove with CFA, where I'm the Planning and Right-of-Way Manager, here presenting the North Virginia Industrial Flex Space Project. The project location is about 420 feet east of the intersection of Stead Boulevard and North Virginia Street. It's located on the south side of North Virginia Street. It's inclusive of two parcels. As a portion of one of the parcels is parcel 082-09219. There is a mobile home park that is not part of this project that will be dividing out through a parcel map. Go into a little greater detail on that later. So here's the assessor parcel map. Let's kind of take you through where our project location is, which is right there in the yellow. And you can see this little portion here. That's where the mobile home park exists. That is under common ownership, obviously, Mr. Stigstad's property. Next, right directly next to us is the project Progress On Tract development, which is currently under construction grading. And just to the east of that is the NVCC 4 project, and across the street from those are the NVCC 3 and 2 projects. Down the street you have the industrial development, all these being big box industrial development that's been approved over the past number of years, some more recently than others. But we calculated up, there's plus or minus 4 million square feet in total going back down towards Lemon Drive with all the different projects just in the big box. And that's not the type of project that we're proposing on our subject property. To set you in place with the master plan, the property is designated recently with an industrial designation per the Reimagine Reno master plan. And the property, we went through a zone change 4 or 5 months ago, plus or minus, where we took the portion that would be industrial out of the North Virginia Transit Corridor designation, moved it into the industrial commercial designation. A lot of the other projects have gone with straight industrial. We went with the industrial commercial. It's a little bit lighter in terms of some of the uses. This is a identification of our project site, which is over here on the left-hand side, and next to it is the preliminary site plan that was reviewed for Project Progress. I will want to point out that since the preliminary design of Project Progress, this driveway location that was coming out a little bit farther from our property line was realigned and comes straight up the property line. The challenge that created for us, we had designed this project, we had originally tried to submit last year in April, and we had our project road coming on the eastern side of the site. With their access already under construction and approved, it made our driveway spacing not work. So we had to move our access over to the other side of the site, which actually put us at a little higher elevation. And I'll go into why that's important a little bit later when we get into the cuts and fills and the special use permit as an association with 10 feet of fills. The property is very similar to what you've seen with other projects that have come in with big box. We've tried to work with the site with smaller footprints of buildings. Got typically about a 5 to 6% slope going up toward the backside of the P-vine. The smaller buildings allow us to work with that site a little bit better rather than creating one gigantic pad area. So the property site that we're looking at is 8.32 acres. There's a total building square footage of 91,800. That's in 12 total buildings, and our building numbering, well, this map, which I use a lot, doesn't show it. This building 1, and you go up to building 12. So there's some reference in your conditions of approval relative to location of building one. This would be building one down here closest to North Virginia Street. Got a total area of 3.1 acres of landscape. That's inclusive of natural and enhanced landscape, and also the detention areas, which will have landscaping as well. This project will allow for small-scale industrial and commercial type uses and some retail uses that can help to serve some of those big box uses that I identified, or just down the street from us or right next to us, and also can help to serve some of the residents that are out there. The presentations that you had from Washoe County Air Quality, one of the things that this project can serve is to provide some of those services, whether could be a small deli, could be a coffee shop, could be a dry cleaners, could be an auto repair. There's different uses that can go in here that can help reduce some of those vehicle miles traveled. So I thought that was a very germane topic relative to what type of project we're proposing. Likely typical uses might be small office uses, limited commercial and retail, small-scale manufacturing, auto repair services that can service that surrounding area. In the staff report, and we had provided in our application some architectural information that is really more of a skeleton information of the building, identifying kind of the footprint and general height and the size of the building. The enhancements to the building will be as such. These are general conceptual ideas. This is a project that's out in Elko, designed by the same architect that's working with us on this project. So we would see something similar to this, where the metal skeleton is actually enhanced and presents a good positive image, kind of in that industrial to office type feel. Though, as mentioned before, there's an existing mobile home park right here. That mobile home park had been served for many years by an access road that came across this way. That road was never in an easement. That road's currently been cut off by the grading in association with the on-track project or Project Progress. They do have an access way. There's an existing 60-foot wide easement that actually is recorded, and that is how the primary access is served out to North Virginia Street for the mobile home park. There's also a couple other residential uses located just to the west of the mobile home park. So vehicular access and secondary access to the mobile home park. The project will be accessed through a 29-foot private driveway here. Reason that's 29 feet, we do have a 5-foot sidewalk that comes in here and accesses building 1. Then it goes to 34 feet in total roadway width, but part of that width is proposed to be a pedestrian route that's actually at the grade of the roadway. We do have a truck and emergency turnaround here, and there will also be an emergency access gate here that will serve both the industrial project and the mobile home park, that it can work for either. So the project pedestrian access route, I covered it a little bit, but we will be matching in with the improvements that are being done in accordance with conditions of approval on the on-track project, Project Progress, just to the west of us. That will be inclusive of a sidewalk and the boulevard treatment with landscaping. Coming into the site, as mentioned previously, we have a 5-foot sidewalk, and then we have a crosswalk that goes across to a pedestrian route, which will go up the rest of the way up to the cul-de-sac bulb, and that would connect in to the top part of our site and also to the mobile home park area. This would provide a continuous access without any driveway crossings, and I'll cover that a little bit more as we go later in the presentation. The project contains 2 detention areas, one down adjacent to North Virginia Street, which is the low part of the site, and we have another one up higher on the site by buildings 10, 11, and 12. And these two detention areas, I think we have a condition, which is condition number 13, which will require a detention capacity of 1.25 to 1. Typically, the code had identified 1 to 1 as the ratio. I know there's been a lot of discussion, and I'm not going to downplay any of the concerns about drainage, but I do want to point out that the 1.25 to 1 actually offers a better situation after construction than you have currently and without construction. And this came out of a Stantec report that was apparently done in November of last year. So this is a relatively new thing. I think you'll hear the same type of thing in the next presentation out in the North Valleys area, that this is a positive thing that's happening. So some codes are changing. While this isn't in a code yet, this is more of a policy directive. We will accept that condition, and we think that that's a positive way to go. Traffic generation for the site, total average daily trips about 308. PM peak hour trips are at 37, relatively low for traffic. One thing I'd like to point out is with this being an employment-based project, you're really not adding to people heading out of the valley and down into Reno Sparks, so you don't have additional traffic concerns going on. This type of project can allow for people to either start a business or work in a business up in the North Valleys area and that they live in the North Valleys already. Or it can allow for people from the Truckee Meadows area, from Reno Sparks, to drive up the hill, which is not the congested way that people are driving right now. So it provides for a reverse commute. So we don't feel that there's any significant concern relative to traffic on this project. Project sewer generation, we have approximately 25,000 gallons per day of peak flow that's estimated coming from the 12 buildings in the industrial park. Just so you know, that equates to about 24 single-family houses in the calculation rates that are in the city of Reno guidance manuals. So the project is very low relative to sewer demand when it's compared to other land uses. We've requested 2 special use permits in association with this, along with the allowance for construction. Specifically, they're grading with fills in excess of 10 feet and disturbance through major drainage way. So I'll cover those in brief. This is a cut and fill map that was provided with the application. This area here that's in purple is the area that we're exceeding the 10 feet of fill. That equates to a total of 8,250 square feet or 0.19 acres, which is 2.3% of the total site. So it's a relatively small area that we're looking at where we do exceed the grading. I'll point out that when we had designed this project before, and this is actually the same cut and fill map that we had previously, you can see our access used to come in here, which is on the eastern side. When I took a look at it a little closer, I found out when we moved the access over to the other side of the property, over to the western side, that put us at an elevation of about 5.5 to 6 feet higher, which in doing so, we bring our access up here. We can only slope so fast with our driveways coming down the hill. So that kind of created a situation where we had to elevate these eastern areas a little bit more and create a situation where we started exceeding 10 feet fill. We did not have any 10-foot fill issues when we had our driveway on the other side, but we couldn't do that. This Project Progress's driveway was too close in the end of the day. So there are 3 drainage ways that do enter the site. There's one at the far south end that comes onto the site. The green drainage way here that comes onto the site and then leaves and goes onto Project Progress that has been channelized and also piped. We have 2 other drainage ways, the yellow and the orange. They join together closer to Virginia Street, and those are proposed to be piped, and those will come over to about the Project Progress, a little bit past the Project Progress entrance, and then they go under an existing culvert to the north side of Virginia Street. Oop, sorry. Boy, that keeps jumping around. There we go. Well, there's one condition. I understand that everyone received a memo. I've been talking to Sienna, and there were a couple of conditions. There were conditions 5 and 21, I believe, and there was some language modification that we both were in agreement with. And there was one that we talked about. I can see her point, and I believe she can see my point on it, but we felt that it's better to bring it to you and let you make a decision on it. And it's condition 23. Condition 23 identifies that prior to the issuance of any building permit, excluding grading, the applicant shall have plans approved that provide pedestrian access on the eastern side of the project driveway via concrete sidewalk that is a minimum 4 feet in width. I'd identified before we have a pedestrian route that's going up. It's 5 feet in width that we've proposed. That's shown here. We've seen this map before. That's coming up the site. all the way up to the turnaround bulb. Would like to point out that the street that we're proposing this on is a private driveway, and there's little yellow circles here. If you move it over to the eastern side of the site, you have potential conflicts. There are temporary loading areas for trucks where we've defined those, and we also have the garbage. The garbage bins are located and they'll be accessed on that side of the street. Additionally, you have pedestrian access that would have to cross multiple driveways and also creating 2 handicap access ramps about every 150 feet going up and down across the driveways. We can definitely provide crosswalks at each location to get over to the other side, but you have a continuous non-broken access that as we're proposing it right now. We do believe that there's going to be minimal pedestrian level traffic. One, by the nature of the businesses, we see that this would be one business, this would be another, this would be another, and so on. Not related. There could be some walking back and forth, but I think it'll be relatively minimal. We've got a total of 15 mobile homes, or 14 mobile homes and one residence, single-family residence up here, and then there's a couple more residents over to the west. And that just provides only a limited amount of pedestrian traffic. We can paint the pedestrian routes to highlight it better if that is desired by the Planning Commission. And I would like to point out an area, and this is an area that I work over in the Dermody Business Park area at Mill and McCarran. We have pedestrian access routes along the side of the street. I want to point out this one. There is a sidewalk here that's separated, but the person is choosing to walk in the street. And I've been out walking on the streets many times, and it gets pretty busy because there's a lot of people that work in that area. I'm proposing a change to the condition of approval, basically getting rid of the eastern side and changing it to the western side, getting rid of the concrete sidewalk and going to a painted pedestrian route that is a minimum, instead of 4 feet wide, 5 feet wide, and identifying that crosswalk locations would be provided. We're in agreement with staff that all the conditions can be made. We're asking for your approval and a determination relative to that condition 23. With that, I'll close my comments and be available for any questions. I do have David Westhoff here, who's the project hydrologist, and also the project applicant, Kevin Sigstad.
Thank you, Dave. We'll get a presentation from staff and let you know if we have any questions.
All right, so thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Planning Commission. For the record, Sienna Reed, Senior Planner. Dave gave you a very, very thorough overview of the project request. So I really just want to highlight a couple of conditions that staff has recommended for the particular request, and then go into a little bit more detail on the modifications to the conditions. So as was mentioned by Dave, there is an existing mobile home park adjacent to the site. It is located just to the southwest, abutting the site. And in terms of the uses that could ultimately establish in the IC zoning district, while most of them would come forward for a special use permit for 24-hour operations in the future, there are a few that are exempt. And so staff is recommending conditions that buildings 8 through 12, which are really, sorry, that keeps moving, making it a little bit harder to point out. Really the buildings that are closest to the mobile home park. We are recommending hours of operation limitation there, so long as the existing mobile home park is in existence. And then also nighttime deliveries and loading and unloading activities being prohibited during the nighttime hours. Also, to really enhance compatibility, there is a landscape buffer on the western side of the project site. It is proposed in the project materials, but it is conditioned given that it's not required by code. So really just wanted to point out those conditions that do relate to compatibility. And then so as Dave noted, we did send out a memo regarding requested amendments to conditions number 5 and 21. Staff is in support of each of these particular condition changes, but we do feel that condition number 3 is something that warrants further discussion and consideration by the Planning Commission. As Dave conveyed to you, there are a variety of commercial uses that can establish in the IC zoning district. Staff feels that there is a potential for pedestrians to be moving through that site. Code does require that we have pedestrian access not only along our right-of-ways, but between right-of-way and adjacent buildings, and then between buildings. So the recommendation was initially to have a sidewalk located on the eastern side of the project driveway. Staff is comfortable with it being on the western side of the project driveway if there are crosswalks, but really do feel that that concrete, durable surface is appropriate in this particular location. Also, that type of concrete sidewalk would prevent vehicles from driving over the pedestrian painted lane that's proposed. But certainly it's a discussion topic for Planning Commission. So with that, I'll go ahead and wrap up and certainly be available for any questions that you might have at a later time.
Okay, thank you, Sienna. This is a public hearing. Before I open it up for public comment, I will ask the commissioners for disclosures, starting with Commissioner Olivas.
Commissioner Olivas, I visited the site.
Commissioner Marshall, no disclosures.
Commissioner Griffith, already meeting staff.
Commissioner Johnson, I visited the site and spoke with the applicant's representative.
Commissioner Gower, no disclosures.
Commissioner Hawkins visited the site.
Commissioner Weisky, as did I.
Thank you, commissioners. We'll open this up now for public comment. Michelle, do we have any requests to speak forms on this item?
I do not.
Is there anyone in the audience wishing to make a public comment on this item? Yeah. You know the drill. You get 3 minutes, and then you get to see Michelle afterwards and fill out the form.
Yep. So,
Tim Jeter, Lemon Valley residents. Just a chance to kind of show you a couple of the ideas that I have in mind. Again, you hear a lot of the same stuff from the developers: retention pits, detention pits, controls. If we all drove out on a day like this to most of those new developments, those pits are all empty, or at least up to where their drains are that are in the bottommost portion of their detention pits. So they don't work. They don't help us. What would help us is something like this, where right off of Bravo, this is an area about 20 acres that could be excavated down. If we took it down 60 to 100 feet, you'd still be above the water plane, the fresh water. And this would relieve about 2,000 acre feet of water, which would take away from that Pompey situation that you saw the picture of earlier almost immediately. So again, why can't we get these developers to say, okay, you know, as part of your fees, let's put into action that everybody pitch in, get this thing dug out. I've already talked to BLM. One of the county's concerns is that initially when I brought ideas to their attention was, well, you know, the county said, we can't do anything there. That's BLM land. We can't disturb that. They won't let us do anything with that. None of those ideas will work, Tim. Well, I went and met with some of the land specialists at BLM for about an hour. We went over all these maps. And the first thing they said from their side is, well, Tim, they're already pumping affluent water on our land. Look at most of these parcels. All the ones that say USA that are underwater are BLM land. And they said they would be very open to whatever ideas. Digging this out they thought was a good idea. Putting the spoils to buffer up the existing berms around the lake where they need to be buffered up. Which, you know, short distance of hauling. And then that area that is dug out, that water that goes in there could be used as an evap pond, which I've got some mechanical information, some environmental information, and I've got some calculations on how that equipment would work. If anybody wants to have that again, I'll leave some cards here today. But that would help lower the lake levels significantly. And because it is effluent water, you could use this evap pump as a way to consolidate it and keep it to where the evaporation is concealed to that area. and not affect the local residents. But again, that would take away a lot of water pressure off of those areas that are in imminent danger right now, which all of these developments would be adding to. Thanks.
Thank you, Tim.
I'll be back.
Don't forget to,
That's not mine.
don't forget to fill out the form with Michelle. You know the drill.
Janice Ross, I'm Tammy Holt still, Lemon Valley Swan Lake Recovery Committee. Water's still there, and we're still here. I'm going to say what Tammy would say if she were here. The retention ponds, the detention ponds do not work. You can go all over that area and see that they are not policed. They are not followed up to see that they are working. And just like Tim said, it simply doesn't work. So they need to come up with something better than detention ponds. Thank you.
Any additional public comments on this item? Seeing none, I will close public comment, bring it back to the commission for questions. Who'd like to get us started? Commissioner Hawkins?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is for staff. When I was reading my package, I didn't really realize that we're dealing with a mobile home park here. Am I correct on that?
For the record, Santa Reed, there is a mobile home park adjacent to the project site.
Saw that.
So it is not part of the project, but it's adjacent.
But as CFA indicated, you've got mobile homes going to go on the new acreage.
Just to give you a bit of a visual here, the project area in kind of the black hatching does not include the mobile home park.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Commissioner Marshall?
Sienna, could you leave that? And probably the couple of issues I'm interested in, one is the resident or the consistency with or finding A compatible with existing surrounding land uses and development, and trying to track the various pieces of the compatibility with the development and the existing mobile home park. I understand the limitation on hours of operations for those two buildings in conditions 6 and 7. The buffer that, or excuse me, the landscaping buffer that runs down the west side, and on, I think, the best representation. Forgive me, trying to find it quickly. It showed, and I know we generally do this, but the mature version of the landscaping. And I was looking for anything that might get us there quicker in terms of the actual, size of the required trees, so that we're not 20 years, 30 years out before it looks like something in the there's no page number on this, but that one, yeah, particularly down in the corner of the closest building and the.
So it sounds
I
like
know.
there's a few topics in there. So
Yeah, if
I'll
you
take
could-
the landscaping
okay.
first, since that's where we landed. So you can see on the overhead the proposed landscape plan. We do have a 10-foot buffer that's proposed along the western side of the project site. It really starts to get a bit larger as you move around the mobile home park, maxing out at about 35 feet. in width. And then in addition, there is a condition associated with the landscape buffer that it's composed of evergreen trees and that they are large. So they would be installed as large trees, and evergreen, that's 10 feet in height. I think in the past we have included some conditions around species that would reach that maturity within a particular number of years, but I'm blanking on the number of years, and we'll probably let Claudia weigh in on that, since she might be a little bit more familiar with our past practice there. Generally, staff is comfortable with the landscape buffer that has been proposed and as conditioned. And so moving on to kind of the next kind of topic area in terms of your questions around the existing mobile home park. One thing of note is that it's a non-conforming use. It would be an IC. It is a non-conforming use in the mixed-use North Virginia Street Transit Corridor, which is its current zone. And the entire area has been master planned industrial. It is an industrial logistics employment area, and we do anticipate future zone changes that the city would initiate in this particular area, really to effectuate the goal of having employment-oriented uses. That being said, it is an existing mobile home park. We are evaluating this project in terms of its overall design and layout and how it might impact that abutting use. And so we do have grading where the buildings closest to the adjacent mobile home park would be set down between 3 and 10 feet. And then in terms of the hours of operations and nighttime delivery conditions, staff felt that was appropriate to help mitigate any adverse impacts to that particular use. If the use were to not be in existence, those conditions would not be applicable. We felt that was also appropriate, noting that we do want employment uses to establish in this particular area. So if that gives you a little bit more background on the rationale.
Yeah, and when I was trying to link together the difference in grade elevation, the finished floor being, I think, 3 to 10 feet lower, something like that, then the landscaping would be placed lower as well. And I guess I was a little uncomfortable with the net result of all that. Really working as some sort of noise and visual buffer to the existing mobile home park. And I don't have a particular question there other than just a concern that we're dropping the vegetation down. Is the net result of that is, I guess you're not looking right at it from the mobile home park.
Yeah. So this is going to be a little bit difficult to see in terms of the grading plan, but building 12 here is about 3 feet lower than the grade of the mobile home park, moves back to about 10. The outdoor storage area is further down at about 12 feet below grade of the nearest existing mobile home. And then you do have all of the landscaping that would be behind that building and along the project access. So,
Sienna, can you shift that up a little bit so we can see it? Thank you.
So in terms of, how are we adequately mitigating potential adverse impacts to that mobile home park? What are those from an operational perspective? That's going to be headlight glare. We feel like limiting the hours of operations helps to limit those potential adverse impacts. Certainly screening with the trees will help just to limit the view of the particular project from the mobile homes themselves. And then in terms of any noise, again, limiting outdoor loading, unloading activities, limiting nighttime deliveries, we felt like that would really help prevent any adverse impacts from that noise perspective at a time when individuals in the mobile home park are trying to sleep. So certainly the commission can consider other modifications to the conditions, but that was our general approach in terms of what was recommended.
Thank you.
Mr. Weisky. Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sienna, condition number 17 discusses HOA and/or, excuse me, LMA associations, are there going to be, is there going to be an HOA or an LMA on this project?
Another equivalent entity could also be responsible for the storm drainage, so that could be the overall owner of the site as well. To the best of my knowledge, there will not be an HOA, but this condition is a standard condition around operation of drainage facilities that we use to make sure that those facilities are maintained over time.
Okay, well, the reason I'm asking is because I spent close to an hour and a half or better this morning driving around to other projects on North Virginia in this area where we have a similar condition. And part of the problem with the detention ponds is that they're not being maintained. So that's why I'm asking. I don't see a condition. I didn't see anything in the staff report saying that there is going to be some type of an association put into this.
If you'd like, I'm happy to have
I'd like
Mike
maybe
Michelle, our
Dave to
engineering
have.
manager, to give you a little bit more detail on the type of entity that would be responsible and generally how operations and maintenance manuals and the conveyance of those work in terms of maintaining
Actually, how
drainage
about
features.
Dave, if you'd come up, please. Dave, what's being proposed for maintenance, short-term and long-term, for the site?
This site wouldn't have an HOA or an LMA because it's not going to be condominiumized or subdivided at this point. It would basically be
At this
leased.
point.
It could be at some point in the future, but at this
Right.
point, we would not have that. Kevin Sigstad is the property owner, not only of the industrial portion, but also of the mobile home park next door. He is in the audience. He could address some of that if you'd like, but I think that it comes down to the property owner and having checks and balances on it. If it's something you're going out and seeing other detention areas that aren't being maintained and.
Well, what
maybe
I'm seeing is a condition. Now you're telling me it's not relevant.
No,
There is
no,
nothing.
it is relevant, and I think Sienna appropriately covered that there's an HOA or LMA or equivalent. In
Okay.
this type of situation, you have a property owner that is going to be the overall owner. It'd be like if on your house, you may not have an HOA or an LMA on your house, but you're responsible for your property, as Mr. Sigstad would be responsible for his.
Okay. So as long as there's a single owner, there's a single point of interest.
Yeah, there would be somebody that you could go back to. It would be the same thing with any, and I guess you could equate this arguably to a code enforcement type issue, that if it's not being maintained, if it's not working effectively, it can be required to be maintained and to be fixed. And there will be, there are, I think, 5 conditions that directly address, starting at condition 13, I think it's 13 through 17, that directly go to drainage, detention, infiltration, management plans for those above.
Okay. Thank you. Sienna? Condition number 25 says, prior to the issuance for any building permit excluding grading, the applicant shall demonstrate no retaining walls are constructed of smooth-faced concrete or have an anti-graffiti coating installed. Why not an anti-graffiti coating installed on walls other than smooth-faced walls?
So typically what we find is graffiti is easier to apply for the concrete smooth-faced walls. And so if that is the desired building material, having that anti-graffiti coating placed on top of it would help to alleviate any potential graffiti on those walls. Alternatively, the condition allows for a material other than smooth-faced concrete to be used. If it's a rougher type of concrete or another type of material, then because of the roughness, graffiti doesn't tend to be attracted to those areas. The people that apply it tend to really like those smooth surfaces to be able to apply paint to.
Okay, all right. And the last question I have is, why do so many of these conditions start off by saying prior to the issuance of any permit excluding grading? Doesn't that allow development to start and then the potential of leaving undisturbed areas if building were to stop or slow down?
So you may be familiar with a slightly different condition construction, which is prior to the issuance of any permit for site improvements or prior to the issuance of any permit excluding a mass grading permit. Really, the intention is just in terms of consistency to exclude mass grading permits. Certainly, those permits do come in and they might be somewhat removed in terms of time as to when a site improvement permit or a building permit for vertical construction would come in. But we do require for revegetation of properties, and we do take securities to do so. So really
how
just
we're
trying to be
protected then.
specific about what and when would be required.
Okay, so that's how the city is protected of not having a site left exposed, dirt.
That's correct.
Perfect, thank you. No further questions right now.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Hawkins?
Yeah, I know you touched on this just a minute ago, but it seems to me that this development's going to go right next or right between the what is it, Progress Passion?
On track or Project Progress.
There you go.
Project
Yeah.
Progress
Now,
was the case
yeah,
name.
I don't know if you've driven up there, but I took that pleasure the other day and went up through the mobile home park. If that line that you show us on the map there is where they're going to develop, have you ever been around when there's a vibra roller, when they're the cat's claw or sheep's claw and the vibra rollers? They could probably come real close and knock one of those mobile homes off their foundation. So, is there anything built in to prevent us from having a problem with the neighbors in the mobile home park when these guys start doing their dirt work and start putting it into structural ground?
Well, we certainly have a condition relating to hours of construction, and that would help to alleviate any potential nuisances, while construction is occurring. But in terms of actual construction methods and how you maintain a safe construction site, I would probably defer to Dave to give you a little bit more detail on how they would move forward with their proposed design.
Okay, thank you.
Again, for the record, Dave Snellgrove with CFA. I'll go to the condition on the construction hours, which is condition 28, which is something that's pretty standard, and it actually has some decent limitations in terms of hours. Monday through Friday, you have the hours of 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., reasonably early stop, especially during the summer months when you've got at least 3 hours left of light to go. And then between 8 and 6 on Saturdays, no construction on Sundays. I don't know if these are the same hours that Project Progress has as well. Probably is. It's probably more of a standard condition. Yeah, construction is noisy, but I think that with reasonable hours limitations, the concerns, the issues can be minimized. There are going to be people who are going to be concerned by any noise. I will point out, as I'd mentioned through the presentation when I got up the last time, you have a common owner too. The landlord for Mobile Home Park is also Kevin Sigstad. If there's a complaint or concern, the landlord himself can actually deal with it, and he's the one that's involved in the construction as well. So he can take to heart what his residents are saying. It isn't a situation where you have to wonder whether somebody's going to listen. The same person will be listening who's involved in the construction, who also rents the spaces for the mobile home park.
Okay, Sienna, please. Are we going into a non-conformance when we change this around? So we don't have to look this in the eye a year or two down the road?
Could you give me a little bit more detail in terms of, are you talking about a non-conforming use?
Yeah, since it's going to be right next to that mobile home park.
So the existing mobile home park is already a non-conforming use.
Right. So as long as that piece of property where the mobile homes are at stays the way it is, everything's cool.
The mobile home would be non-conforming under the existing zoning of MU, MBTC. It would be non-conforming under most other zoning designations that would be appropriate for this particular area. So that's not anticipated to change, but certainly, you know, this project is in close proximity to the mobile home park, and we have carefully thought about what types of operational conditions would be appropriate to protect it, even though it is an existing non-conforming use. And our goal there with codes is to not perpetuate the survival of those uses.
Thank you.
Commissioners, additional questions? Mr. Gower?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to get back and ask just two questions on hydrology. And Dave, I'll ask the first one, and maybe your engineer might help out.
I may very well bring the other Dave up as the hydrologist.
My question, the question is pretty simple, but I'm not sure the answer is. Why is the retention-detention basin that you're proposing different from the other ones hydrologically that are being accused of not working in the North Valleys? What's going to be the difference?
Well, excuse me. I'm David Westhoff with Dew Hydrology. And it sounds like, excuse me again, it sounds like the biggest problem with the others has been maintenance. And as has been noted before, Mr. Sigstrid will be in charge here, and he would be able to maintain and make sure that they are functioning properly. The other thing is, I guess, we are looking at, with the newer criteria that we have to uphold, we are going to be maintaining more water, and so that would help the Swan Lake residents even more than what was happening before.
So if you're mitigating 1 to 1.25, you only have so much surface area that you're capturing water from, right? So what does the additional quarter get you in terms of mitigation?
Okay, so I think you're asking if there's only so much water that can come off of this property, then.
If you're mitigating at 1 to 1, then you're capturing 100% of the stormwater that runs off the site, right?
Well, not necessarily. I mean, the 1-to-1 ratio is based on an increase in the runoff volume based on a 100-year, 10-day storm. We calculate a volume based on existing conditions for the 10-day storm. Then we impose the conditions after development and calculate an additional volume. We compare the two, and we came up before with 2.6 acre feet. Now, with the additional quarter per 20.25 we have to maintain, we're up to 3.2 acre feet that we have to store. And that would also be, so we would have an additional storage area. It's not like we're just having a bigger pond with no more water in it.
So the larger pond, the extra quarter of mitigation, just for simplicity, can capture more water from a bigger storm event.
Correct, yes.
Okay. What, can you give us a sense of what, when we talk about the 100-year storm event, are we talking like a 500-year storm event with that size of an infiltration basin?
Well, what I can tell you is that the previous pond we had, for example, the 5-year 24-hour storm was totally retained. The 100-year 24-hour storm was almost totally retained. It let, in terms of flow rate, let 2 CFS out compared to 9 under existing condition. So I would think the newer pond could, under a 24-hour storm, could probably maintain at least the 50-year, possibly the 100-year storm.
And that's assuming that it's a fully maintained system. Can you give me some examples of what happens in a scenario where the system is not maintained? What does a non-maintained system look like, and how does it get there?
Well, a non-maintained system, the key thing that has to be maintained is the surface soils at the bottom of the pond where the water can percolate into the soil. And if it's allowed, for example, if a lot of sediment, fine-grained sediment is allowed to run into the pond, it plugs up all the pores so that the water can no longer infiltrate. That has to either be removed or tilled or somehow made permeable so that the stormwater can infiltrate into the soils.
So could you have a scenario in a storm event like we've had recently or even 2 years ago where it's a large storm event, it runs off a lot of sediment into these basins, and there's a situation where you've got a layer of sediment in the bottom of the basin and then it loses its functionality fairly immediately after the event, so it would need maintenance right away?
I think you're asking, could the pond plug up during a storm? Is that kind of what you're asking?
During a storm or immediately after, so when you've got back-to-back storm events, it's losing its functionality.
Yeah,
as
I'd
time goes on.
have to say that that's certainly a possibility.
So the maintenance isn't just, someone coming out once a year and, removing the silt from the bottom. It could be a case of if you've got a large event or 2 events in a row that someone would need to come out pretty much right away.
Right. What I usually like to put in my recommendations is that at least annually or semi-annually, and always after a major storm event, the ponds need to be inspected and returned to their functioning condition.
Okay, thank you. Okay, can I ask a question of Sienna?
Actually, Commissioner Gower, before we let Dave sit down, can I follow up with one quick question on that basin?
Sure.
Question. Dave, one of the comments that was in here was a requirement for the percolation tests to be completed on the site in order to identify what the rate is going to be for these pits. And then there's some mention that if the percolation rate doesn't work, that there would need to be some alternative method taken or some different approach. Does that different approach mean a larger surface area of pond, perhaps a more mechanical solution? What are the options that the reference in our staff report is talking about there?
Well, the simplest, the most obvious one is to make bigger, larger surface area ponds shallower depth so that even at a slower perk rate, the water would have time enough to infiltrate in. That's the simplest solution. Other solutions that I've heard tossed around is, for example, the main criteria or the main reason for having a 7-day infiltration criteria is to prevent mosquitoes from having the opportunity to breed. And some people have suggested maybe using aerators to keep the water from stagnating and not giving the mosquitoes a chance to breed. And there's other possible of maybe some kind of subsurface drains, or it may require just drilling deeper and trying to find a more permeable area at depth.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Commissioner Gower, apologize. I'll turn it back to you.
Question, Sienna, based on the response to the last question that I asked, can we convert that into a condition where we're talking about maintenance annually, semi-annually, or after a significant storm event that might decrease the functionality of these basins?
I think that would absolutely be acceptable. We've already required in the condition that we have a operations and maintenance manual. So I think if we just add that it needs to address, those 3 topics, then it would be defined in the condition, and we can start to carry that forward if that's appropriate.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioners. Commissioner, additional questions? Dave, I have a quick question for you. From our conversation earlier today, I appreciate the architectural image that you put up there, but I'm a little concerned, and maybe I'm trying to understand, talking about this in a phased approach, and with the building numbers we've got, building 1 and 2 are back to back. The images that we're showing for a metal building, it's a gable building, 50 feet across, but the way I'm understanding it, that's 2 50-foot buildings next to each other.
Yes.
And then I also, and I'm looking at this, I'm seeing that those buildings have a different grade. Their floor elevation, finished floor elevation is different. So there's a comment in the staff report, but it's not a condition, other than obviously meeting all the codes, that looking at building codes, fire codes, separation for the metal buildings. I guess I'm concerned, I'm not seeing an image here that shows me that this building actually functions either with, roof drainage or firewall, or how that's being proposed.
Yeah, that rear wall, still on, the rear wall would have to meet the, the firewall requirements. We can have no openings through it. Although it's not a separate parcel, it is a separate usable space. I think once you get over 5,000 square feet, you're required to have sprinklers. So there are things that are in there in terms of the building code, fire code, that will have to be addressed. In terms of the drainage, yes, you will have one roof line that's higher and one roof line that's lower, and those will go off to the front area. The images that we have show something that was initially going to be one flat level when we submitted about 10 months ago, 11 months ago. And that's kind of changed and become a little bit more of a hybrid, to where we've got a common wall, and actually part of that wall will be the back wall of the lower building, and then you will have a clear area up above before you get to that roof pitch that goes out to I guess it would be the south. Because the higher building is going to be on the south side as you're climbing up the site. So with those, we could incorporate, if allowed by fire code, if we can incorporate windows and allow for some electric efficiencies for lighting into that building. There are definitely fire code and building code issues that'll have to be dealt with. They go far beyond just looking at a preliminary level plan, but they will be stepped going up the site.
And then, second question, you mentioned the adjacent parcel has rerouted its access road to be adjacent to the west side of this property. And I also see in your drawings, in the proposal, that we're raising grade, and you mentioned that in the cuts and fills, that we're raising grade to the point where we have a retaining wall on the west side of your parcel.
I think it's
So-
on the, I think
I'm
that one's
sorry,
on the east side.
Excuse me, the east
Yeah.
side. So the east side of the parcel, which is going to abut the drive aisle, we have, according to this, there'll be a retaining wall, varies in height depending on where you're at. Does that mean what's the, I guess, in this view, I see a little green strip there.
Yeah, there is, that's where drainage is going to be handled. All of this, it's over a little bit. All of these driveways will drain out to the east. There will be a drainage pipe that'll bring water down to this detention pond. These facilities up here will drain into this detention pond. So
Okay,
this open area.
That's not where I was going with the question.
Okay,
on
I'm
that.
sorry.
So I'll bring you back for a second. Where is, based on the amount of fill that we're going to have there, we then immediately have a drop down to the elevation on the property next to you. So is the retaining
On the project progress?
on project progress? So
Yes.
is your retaining wall at the property line, or is it at the building line?
The retaining wall's at the building edge, so that can be with a stem wall where the building is, and where we have the parking area that could turn into a wall, smooth face with a protective coating or non.
a
per
whole
the
nother
conditions.
issue.
But yeah, that would be up. That would not be on property line. That would actually be
Okay,
closer
so
to the
then the
buildings.
idea is that between that wall, you're going to drop down to the existing grade to tie over to essentially the grade.
Yeah,
next
we
to
have
that.
to match the grade on the adjacent property. We can't force a change on them unless we have a construction easement or something similar.
Understood. Okay. Thank you.
One thing that I would like to point out on Commissioner Marshall's comments earlier and concern, we do have a slope up. One of the ways that you can work with sound attenuation is by elevational difference. So what you're going to have is a slope up to the mobile home park, and then there'll be a flattened area. So that ridge will actually create some sound attenuation. One thing that we tried to accomplish too, and worked with our landscape architect, in really intensifying the landscaping in and around this area. I believe that the hours conditions for any of the outside uses apply to this building, this one, and this one. I think there's 4 buildings in association with that condition. So I wanted to make sure that that was identified and noted, that we have really beefed up the landscaping. CN identified that that had to be large evergreens rather than, small stick-sized deciduous trees.
Commissioners, additional questions? Discussion, and I will point out we have a couple of revised conditions as well as a condition that has been proposed for revision that I'd like to have any comments on or discussed in the motion. So with that, I'll open it up to any discussion questions or motion.
Mr.
Commissioner
Chairman, I'll
Gower.
just start with maybe an easy one. Condition number 23 regarding the pedestrian access. I think it makes sense to have it on the western boundary, and I think it also makes sense to have it a raised concrete walkway. But I'd be curious to get the commission's feedback on that.
Commissioner Griffith, I will concur with that, and I also just want to point out that the third part that we'd have to note for that is 4 feet versus 5 feet. So if we keep the condition for the raise, we would stick with 4 feet and not a 5.
Right.
You want to keep going?
Well,
You said
mi-
you start with the easy ones, so.
Okay, so that was the easy one. Here's the hard one. I mean, we've got another project in the North Valleys, and we've got, a mitigation that's going above and beyond. I frankly learned a lot from that conversation with the engineer. I thought that was interesting in terms of the maintenance. Is it enough in these projects, this one, to have that condition in place? I really like that, as an option, having that in there, the maintenance after the storm events. I also want to point out that I think it was great that we heard during public comment some innovative ideas coming out of it. My concern with that is that the idea that Tim, that you presented is essentially taking what the individual property owners are supposed to be doing and transferring that detention basin to Swan Lake. So while it's a great idea, I think you're doing the job for other people with that concept. So are we doing enough, I guess, is my question to the commission with this and other projects, this one, since we're discussing this one, with the conditions that we have on it, given what we know about the hydrology in the North Valleys?
Mr. Griffith.
Commissioner Griffith, I'll chime in for that. I would agree that I think further coming out, because what we've heard from public comment in the last couple of months and years is definitely a maintenance issue, it appears. If they're not functioning, they should be functioning. And when we look at condition number 17, when we look at the entity replacements of an LMA or an HOA, in this case, it's the direct owner. So when we're looking at parcels like Amazon and things like that are consistently showing is not functioning, I don't know if code enforcement is something that can look at that for past, but moving forward as a commission, we should be looking at that number 16 and number 17 to possibly even name the entity, and then also call for a maintenance as part of their conditions so that staff and the city has something to fall back on instead of going to knock on doors, a couple years later, and people will say that they don't have that responsibility when it's clearly laid out.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just follow up on that. So the follow-up then is, are we comfortable as a commission placing that onus on the city and the city's resources? I don't know the answer to that.
Claudia Hanson, Planning Manager, and Mike Michelle might want to come up and address this. So maintenance is covered under code. We can have further discussion on that in future staff reports, but I'm going to let Mike jump in on this since it's his staff that enforces
Mike
that.
Michelle, Engineering Manager. Yeah, we do have conditions that obligate them to provide to us the operation and maintenance manuals. I don't think it's unreasonable. The city does have a part in making sure that these things function properly and that they are maintained. I don't think it's unreasonable in conjunction with code enforcement that we go out there periodically and look at them.
And would that be the periodically part? I mean, would that be periodically, but primarily after, certain storm events?
Well, we don't have, the staff to be out there after every storm event, but I think at least on an annual basis, city staff should be out there inspecting and making sure that those basins are maintained. I don't think that's unreasonable.
Well,
After every storm event, that probably is. But the onus is on the property owner to make sure that those things are maintained.
And I don't disagree with that. And my concern is, are we putting that burden also on the city and your staff and code enforcement staff to ensure that the commitments that we're making as a city with these projects are being fulfilled, that the property owner is fulfilling their commitments, that they, they adhere to in these conditions in their SUP and whatever the approval is. Is that a fair burden to put on the city with these approvals?
As far as I'm concerned, I think it is fair. We do have an obligation to make sure that these things are maintained and they function properly. Like I said, I don't think it's reasonable that we're out there after every storm event, but I do think that at least on an annual basis, before the rainy season starts, that we inspect these things. And if in conjunction with code enforcement, because we don't have enforcement mechanisms, but code enforcement does, that we make sure that the property owner is put on notice that they have to maintain these things.
Commissioner Weisky?
Thank you. That's why I was asking the questions I'd asked earlier regarding HOA and LMA. I'm familiar with Mr. Sigstad and the properties that he's developed, and he maintains them well. My concern is not his development project and property. It's once he sells it off, the next ownership. After spending my time out in North Valleys, driving around, watching the retention ponds, actually getting out and seeing what water was coming in above, going onto the site from open areas into retention basins, taking a look to see if these retention basins were working or not. What seemed to be not working today in every retention basin of every large box south of 395 was a lack of maintenance. There is so much construction debris. It'll be real easy to find the contractor that did and built all that and didn't pick up his trash when he left, because he has job signs down in the bottom of the hole in front of the storm drain pipes. Okay? So, that's why I'm asking, and that's why we're all asking, who's going to maintain these? Because the residents are the ones who are getting hurt by this. We're doing the best we can trying to get developments to hold back their water from their site and not let it go any further other than what would naturally cross their site. And it's not working according to the residents. Well, I could see why today. And I don't know, in these manuals, from what I understand, there is a maintenance policy, and there's supposed to be a reporting of when these operations take place. We saw it several months ago when we had a discussion about a maintenance manual, and I recall it specifically that there was a report that was going to be sent off to engineering annually. Okay, well, if it's 12-inch or 18-inch minus fractured rock that's in these retention basins and it fills up with silt, Commissioner Gower, you were leading this way. Does all that rock get pulled out, the silt get pulled out, or does the bottom of that retention basin start building up just like some of the dry lake beds in the valley? So, discussion-wise, it's important that we have good policy and good conditions for maintenance about this project that we're talking about right now and for the future. So how do we ensure that this project is going to be maintained over the years and withhold this water in its detention facility. And what I'm hearing staff say is that it's their responsibility to go by and do annuals, and anybody that sees anything different in between calls code enforcement to do an inspection on it like anything else, trees dying, landscaping dying off and not being replaced, or graffiti, or trash dumpsters not being maintained, a number of different code issues.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr.
Claudia
Chairman.
Hanson, Planning Manager. So we are definitely hearing the message that maintenance needs to be an issue on in the whole area up there. And Mike and I will get with code enforcement and develop a plan to move forward and look at the existing drainage way or existing facilities that are out there that came up during public comment, and we'll report back to you. We'll establish a plan to go forward, and we'll get out there and do some inspections and look at the sites. I think we have the ones specifically that have been brought up during public comment, and we'll go look at those. And I think it would be appropriate, as mentioned before and by Mike, to add the wording into condition 17 to ensure maintenance in this area. I believe it's covered in code as well, but since we have that condition in here as well, it will help until we come forward with more of an understanding of the enforcement capability of what we have in code in the existing situation. So we'll bring a report back to you on that, but I think it's appropriate this time to add the wording to condition 17.
Commissioner Weisky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I can just finish up briefly, and I will do it briefly. I believe over the last year and a half or so, our staff and engineering department, planning staff and engineering, have done a great job in writing better conditions, more strict conditions, and bringing forward better detention facilities on properties. And I think the outside engineers and outside planners have done a good job in designing and bringing that information for us that will work. The community, and I'm going to refer to you, Tim, even brought together, tonight, his opinion and his idea of adding a detention facility to the lake. When we know whether they're going to perk or not, or infiltrate, or they're going to be used as evaporative, that's a wonderful thing. But when they're designed properly and kept up, I think they will work. And I'm happy with the direction that we've been progressing in not adding to the problem, but making the area better. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Additional comments? Commissioner Marshall?
So on our agenda tonight, we have, I don't know how much actual impervious cover we're talking about and adding to the North Valleys, but at a minimum, it's more than 1 million square feet of actual building, or close to 1 million, then adding parking lots and outdoor storage areas, et cetera. We've kind of have drawn to some degree a line between the small incremental, maybe something like this versus the next one, a really significant project. But at least my perception is what's happening is that we are trying to solve this North Valley's problem ad hoc, project by project, and planning staff is having to come up with stopgap almost solutions to, let's try to make it 1.5 to 1. And instead of having a Washoe County and City of Reno, I know I'm kind of up on this horse again, but an actual proposal that addresses not only the sewer capacity issue, but the sewer disposal and the elevation of the lake and the impacts that we're imposing, even with just maintaining the 100-year floodplain. We're still flooding people. So we have a condition here that says maintain the 100-year floodplain or do not exceed the 100-year floodplain. Well, if we do that, we're still flooding people. And we're adding water to it, either through the aggregation of stormwater or through the increased importation of water for these various facilities that needs to happen. So I don't know if this is the project that we need to have, I think, a larger discussion of, what is the appropriate response that we have to make here on these project by project determinations when we're kind of put in this place of having to almost solve the problem by project conditions, which is personally, I think, it's unfair to the applicant because people, as they come in, they get stricter and stricter, and rather than having some sort of planned solution that we can all rely upon and say, okay, your part of the fix is this, and then move ahead with it. Instead, we're addressing it by having projects of various sizes, some more significant than others. Is it the quick quack that we say is the straw that broke the camel's back? Is that too alliterative or rhyming? Or is it this one, or is it, Makita, or, which one is it? Where do we stop adding, volume within the floodplain, or, additional impervious surface, or additional imported water? And are we, in effect, having to, say to the community, can you come up with some solutions for us? Because we can't get our act together. I mean, I'm kind of overstating the situation, but we're having audience members suggest solutions to, significant problems that we have in the North Valleys. So do we take it out on this commercial development, relatively small commercial development? I would love to hear your all thoughts on how do we, look at the total aggregate picture, and do we just keep going business as usual, or is this something that we need to somehow convey a message that no, we need an overall fix before we, start doing projects large or small? So I'd appreciate my fellow commissioners' comments on that.
If I may jump in really quickly, I see Greg Salter kind of jumping up and down over there on this one. In that we do need to keep in mind that we have to keep the nexus in mind for the project in front of us. You have the hydrologist that has spoken tonight, and the applicant, or the application that represents that the mitigation proposed with this project does appropriately mitigate the impact from this project on the area. There are larger issues. I'm not saying that there aren't in the issue that need to be addressed by the community on a whole. But I would be cautious to go beyond what the impact is by this specific project on the region.
Thank you, Claudia. So I think, again, interesting points, Commissioner Marshall, and certainly ones that need to be taken into account by all of us when we're looking at the findings on this specific project. I think there's some larger questions there, but I'm not so sure that picking a project to solve them on is going to answer the question. So I can appreciate that, and I'm not going to, from my standpoint, if you want to ask how I'm looking at it, we have a master plan that tells us what we want to go in different areas. So we have a project that's zoned a certain way, requesting, looking for a type of project, and we have to decide if this is that kind of project, because the master plan is telling us what we need to do. We have conditions to look at, including water, including storm, and including sewer, with respect to that project. And so when I'm looking at them, I look at the holistic idea of, is this what we want to do and where, based on the direction that has been provided to us by the city? And then I have to take that and look at it as an individual project and see if they are doing enough. And I think the conversation about the runoff and the fact that we're seeing now additional retention required on projects that we hadn't seen before. I think that's an interesting point. And I think one thing that I noticed, which we didn't talk about at all, but when Heather presented it, all of the information on our report, there was a capital expenditures dollar total that the city had for the past year was over $60 million. 40 million of that went to sewer repairs, far in advance of any other upgrades that have been done. So to say that we're not doing anything or not acting on it, I think is incorrect. I mean, I think there's, whether the solutions are the ultimate ones, they're not. We know that. There's a project in process. So the city is working for solutions. Do we have them all? Obviously not. I mean, I agree. That was an excellent discussion that came in from us. But I'm looking at this project and how it relates to all of those things, and I would suggest that all the rest of the commissioners do the same, and I think that's what we're hearing from Claudia. So additional comments before we move on to a motion. Commissioner Gower.
Mr. Chairman, I'm almost ready to make a motion, but I do want to make the point, and I understand the concern about the nexus in this project and the larger issues that we're dealing with as a city and as a county out there. There gets to a point, and the reason that I asked the question of the commission and wanted to initiate some discussion on this, personally, I feel that the proposals that come before us are great from an engineering perspective. They meet our code requirements. The outcome, though, that we're seeing and that we're hearing about is something different than what is being presented to us. So the question that I wanted to ask, and understanding that there is a nexus between this project and what is going on out there, if the conditions that we approve sitting here tonight aren't adhered to, then all of a sudden there is a nexus. Incremental as it may be, large or small, there is a nexus. So I want to make sure that we're doing the right thing up here in making our decisions, but we're also doing the right thing as a city and not extending our resources and committing to things that we can't fulfill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Gower. Additional comments? You said you were prepared to make a motion, Commissioner Gower.
I am ready to make a motion based on all of the discussion and the addition of the conditions related to the stormwater, with the additions as proposed to condition number 5 related to grading, with the conditions in number 21 related to fencing, and with the modification of condition number 23 to include a raised 4-foot wide concrete sidewalk. I move to approve the special use permit, and I can make all of the findings.
Commissioner Weisky, second. I can make all of the findings.
Commissioners, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Yes, please.
Commissioner Marshall.
I'll be voting no on the project principally because of the impacts to, from this and cumulatively, other projects in the North Valleys. I cannot make findings C and D. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Marshall. Okay, motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? No. Okay, motion carries with 6 commissioners in favor and 1 opposed. Commissioner Marshall? Okay. The next item on our agenda is again, move to item 8.6. We've been here for 2 hours and 20 minutes, and you all have been well. I would like to take a 10-minute break for the commission to use the facilities. We'll reconvene at 8:30 and hear item 8.6. Michelle, are we all good over there? Okay. All right, everyone. Yep, I got everybody. Okay, thank you, everyone. We needed that little bit of a break. So with that, I am going to move on to item 8.6, which is case number LDC 19-00034, Military Road, Makita. Before we hear from the applicant, I'd like to turn it over to Commissioner Griffith.
Commissioner Griffith, for the record, I will be recusing from this item as I am employed by Reno Engineering Corporation, and this is a client of ours. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. We'll see you shortly. Okay, with that, we will turn it over to the applicant or the applicant's representative for presentation.
Good evening. Thank you, members of the Planning Commission and city staff, with a special thanks to Heather, who's put in a lot of hard work on this project and been very supportive of it. I want to start with some introductions. Ryan George, I'm with Prologis. We're the developer for this project. I'm our senior vice president and oversee our development for the Reno area. And we're a very familiar face in the North Valleys with a considerable land holding and a lot of properties. So very aligned and very vested in the interests of the North Valley. With us tonight, I also have Joe Blackwell. Joe Blackwell is the Vice President of Operations for all of North America for Makita Tool North America, joining us tonight from Atlanta. Other members of the team, Matthias Hughes with Prologis, John Hanson with Prologis. These are guys that have 20 plus years of development experience for Prologis or experience here in the city of Reno. Also Doug Brown and Dan with DevCon, Vince Griffith, who I'll turn it over to in a moment with Reno Engineering, and John Kruponic with KLS Planning. I want to give a quick overview of the project for the benefit of this is the West Coast distribution and warehousing facility for Makita. It's a 2-building project. It also includes their training facility. This is going to be a showpiece project for Makita Tool here on the West Coast. Makita, I think you'll hear if Joe chooses to say a couple words. They take extreme pride in their product, in their facilities, the workplace for their employees. They have a customer aspect to this, and the experience that they want for those customers is paramount. So as I said, it's a 2-building project, totaling nearly 600,000 square feet in the first phase. This is at the southeast corner of Military Road and Echo Boulevard on 46 acres. And the subject land is zoned industrial commercial, and this is a conforming use. We've received staff support for this, and the conditions of approval are all we're prepared to meet them. So the ask here tonight, it's for SUP or special use permit approval, which has been triggered by the adjacency of the residential to the west, and the grading also exceeds the cut fill of 20 and 10 feet respectively. We're absolutely sensitive to the stormwater issue that's been discussed tonight. It's not a new topic. It's one that we have met face on from the day we considered this project. We're, as I said, long-term business partners in the North Valleys and Reno, have a considerable land holding and other projects in the area. We're, as I said, aligned. We're vested in the community. We do better when the community does better. I think we'll hit on how we're addressing these issues, very similar to how we just heard from the prior applicant. We want to continue to be good neighbors. We want to address this issue. We want to help mitigate the issue, as I think you'll hear from us. With that, I'll turn it over to the experts from the team to dig into a little bit more detail.
Good evening, Vince Griffith for the record, Reno Engineering. We thought we'd spend some time here on the drainage issue because rather than show you the landscape plan and the elevations, let's just get down to it. That's what most people are here for. And to start that out, as being an engineer in the community here for so many years, I take this very seriously. I've filled sandbags down the street and watched the river rise, as most of us probably in this room have done. So flooding is not to be taken lightly. It's a very sensitive issue, very emotional issue. Us engineers sometimes do a really poor job of explaining some of the technical issues, and we just make it worse. So I'm going to try to explain it as the simplest terms I can, so that we might get our arms around the topic and the issue. So with that, if we can go to the overhead, if that's possible. We'll just show the site here, and we know where that is. But here's what I wanted to do real quickly in the presentation. I want to talk about what's there today. What are we dealing with? We talk about the 1.25, it's the 100-year, it's the 10-day, 100-year, that's better than last year, is 125%. What does it all mean? So I thought I'd break it down a little bit so maybe we, again, could get our arms around it. That's the site. The site today, when it rains, let's treat it like a sponge, a dry sponge, right? We all know a dry sponge isn't going to necessarily soak up all the water right away. As you pour water on it or mist it, it's going to run off. And so we have rain, we have sponge, we have runoff. That's happening today. So how much is coming off of that site? We used an average. So I'm going to try to, again, simplify it. At around 7 inches per year on a site of that size, we're talking about 9 million gallons. If you take a year, if you take some of that away for seepage, and we took 80% off of that, you still have about 1.6 million gallons. All right, so it's 1 million gallons. Okay, so what's 1.6 million gallons? Well, what that looks like, for reference, is a football field 17 feet deep. So this site's big. So that's the burden now of, well, what do we need to retain, right? And if we're going to actually retain water on the site, meaning none of it leaves, and so this 1.25 and this whatever we're talking about, we have to make sure that we're meeting the current city code, which is hugely larger than what it's been, in my experience, building in that area and designing. So 17 feet of water is coming off the site. What's going to come off of the site after we're done? Okay, if that's the site plan, these are the detention basins here. We've placed 2. For reference, there's about 20 homes could fit in those detention basins, 20 single-family homes. And not 1 acre lots, right? 6,000 square foot lots to the brim, right? A volume of water that would equal that parking garage, top to bottom, okay? That's what we're required to do. No one's complaining about it. It's a good idea. We know what's going on in the North Valleys. Is this retention basin going to solve all the problems in that area? Absolutely not. Will it make a dent? Yes. Will it make the situation worse? Absolutely not. In fact, with the increased percentage that we're being asked to do, that all projects are being asked to do, we're actually making a dent. We talked about, Commissioner Marshall brought up, well, it's the cumulative effect. And I agree. So approve more 50-acre lots because you're going to have a higher cumulative effect of benefiting the area. A neighbor here, and I'm going to call him by first name because I don't know his last name yet, but Tim brought up a really grand plan. Well, let's build a detention basin in the area, and they'll actually hold that water and keep it out of the lake. We're on the same page, right? That's brilliant. That's exactly what we're doing here. Most engineers have been up here talk about the 24-hour or the 100-year, 24-hour. Think of it this way. If you were approving all bars in the city of Reno to have parking requirements that would handle Super Bowl Sunday, right? You would have these huge parking lots all over town, and therefore during an average July 4th event, right, you would have all this additional parking. That's what city staff, who I think gets, I don't know, just like the engineers that stand up here as consultants for developers, right? We get thrown on the bus all the time. But that's what city staff has asked us to do. They're making huge strides in actually improving the area. A moratorium on development would be no smarter or no more realistic than asking everybody that's built something out there, including homeowners, to bring their property up to city code. It just isn't rational. So if we take the emotion out of it, we look at the numbers, we could look at, this would be the after sponge. You still have the rain, you have the building, you have more trees and plants, but you have a hole. You have a pond that we just talked about. We're gonna store that water, it's not leaving the site, except in the like Noah's Ark flood, right? And again, that goes back to that Super Bowl parking lot idea. We're sizing this pond for this huge, huge storm event that we're getting the benefit of it every year until that event. Now, I did hear a couple of other things that I thought we would maybe, I've heard before. We drive around in the North Valleys, we see all these ponds, they're empty. Well, I should hope that if we're done with this design, next year you're not gonna see any water in my pond because it's sized for the 100-year storm. I realize it's very sensitive if your house is underwater to say that that's not a lot of water out there today, but these are not huge storms that we're dealing with today. We're sizing these ponds and this current requirement from city staff for the big ones, right? So you would hope that as you drive around and you don't see water in some of these ponds, that means they're probably designed right. The ones that are filled to the top or the brim, or the ones that have pipes at the bottom are probably old design. I didn't do it, no one here. I mean, I don't know what to say, but that was old design, and that's where the volume of water is just being slowed down so it doesn't increase the peak, but all that water's still going down into that lake. So the new concept that city staff is requiring us to do, I think they're on the right track. I think this project's handling their water and then some. And again, cumulative effect-wise, you want more of the 50-acre sites because they'll take up, you might approve one 50-acre site today that's gonna store that amount of volume, a football field 17 feet deep, or you're gonna have to do a lot of 1-acre lots, right, to accumulate to that. So help is on its way. The new code, obviously, and the new policy is making a difference, I believe, but there's some other things. We talked about sewage. There's John Flansburgh, Public Works Director. He can probably speak to that, but I've been in enough meetings where city staff is taking care of these other issues. Diversion of sewer flows to the Truckee Meadows plant, the effluent pipeline up to the north of the Stead Airport. All of these things are being dealt with. So I guess the moratorium thing kind of catches me as, and I thought of it, and it's probably terrible, but throwing the baby out with the bathwater, what came into my mind is we just are making changes now that will impact the future. To go back, if we had a crystal ball and we could go back in time or a time machine, we should have probably done this 25 years ago. Actually, that's what occurred to me when we were talking about the attainment area, and that gentleman spoke about going back in time or having the opportunity to do it right going forward. So I think the old adage about when you find yourself in a hole, first step, stop digging. Well, that's what we're doing here. I think city staff, planning, and engineering have come up with viable plans. This is not an onerous request on developers and developments. This is digging larger ponds, getting lower square footage on the property. It all still makes sense. So with that, we'll be happy to answer any questions. And sorry to take so much time on drainage, but we know people are here to talk about that. One other thing I might mention is we weren't able to meet with a neighborhood meeting. That might even come up. They had to cancel the meeting, lack of quorum or something. We would have loved to go over some of these ideas with them then. We just didn't have the opportunity. So I don't know that my client would, but I'm happy to go back to a neighborhood meeting and discuss some of the issues because it seems like a nagging problem that we keep dealing with here in Reno, and whatever I might be able to offer by being around for so many years in the engineering biz, I'd be happy to try. So with that, thank you for your time, and if you have any questions, we'd be happy to try to answer them.
Thank you, Vince. We'll get a presentation from staff and then call you back with questions, I'm sure. Heather, welcome back.
Thank
You're
you.
walking significantly better than the last time you came up there.
Why, thank you. Heather Manzo, Associate Planner for the record, and the applicant did a really good job of identifying and discussing, one of the primary concerns that we had with the project at this location adjacent to the existing Swan Lake. And so, as the applicant mentioned, they are proposing to develop in 2 different phases, 2 different buildings. The first phase would include a large part of the industrial warehouse and distribution building, as well as their training facility, which is the smaller building on the northeast portion of the property. Conditions are recommended to address project timing, infrastructure and service provisions, increased stormwater mitigation, as Vince had pointed out, that 1.25 to 1 ratio, which goes above and beyond what current code is, but was recommended with a recent study that the city received. And also for hours of operation for both construction and for operations once the warehouse distribution facility is up and running. And then also for slope treatments on the site. And I just wanted to point out really quickly on that topic, in the grading plan, there were really predominantly 2-to-1 slopes proposed. And so in some areas, those are appropriate and they actually make sense because of the reduction to overall grading on the site and the ability of the applicant to modify their site to set their finished floor at a lower level to have a less significant impact on the adjacent residents to the west. And so with the condition of approval that is recommended for grading to kind of vary out those slopes from 2-to-1 to a variety of slopes, it's really intended to identify this area here, which abuts the Swan Lake site. And so right now they're identified to be 2-to-1 slopes, and breaking that up a little bit will help to address grading concerns and drainage and erosion concerns as well. And so that recommended condition is included in your staff report for consideration this evening. As Vince mentioned, there wasn't an opportunity to present directly to the Ward 4 NAB that evening. The meeting was canceled, but the NAB members were invited to provide feedback via the comment cards. At the time of this meeting this evening, I had not received any NAB comment forms, but I did receive an email from one resident who had questions about process, and so I did respond, and also our engineering staff did respond to hopefully answer the questions that she had. Additionally, we did receive one public comment that was sent out to the planning commissioners that really identified concerns related to stormwater mitigation and runoff and possible impacts of the development on the Swan Lake area. And so hopefully the staff report and recommended conditions of approval and the applicant's presentation this evening helps to address some of the questions that the commenter had raised. I did want to note that condition number 4 has an incorrect street identified in it. And so I apologize for that mistake. Rather than Mayberry Drive, the condition should read, emergency access at project driveways. There are 3 project driveways into the site. They're all proposed to be fenced and gated. And so emergency access really needs to be provided to each of those gates in order for the fire department to adequately respond to any calls for service at that location. So that's the quick correction on condition number 4. And then with the recommended conditions of approval, staff was able to make all of the necessary findings for this request, and we are recommending approval. That concludes my presentation.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. I will open this up for public comment in just a moment, but first I'll ask the commissioners for disclosures, starting with Commissioner Weisky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I visited the site, spoke with an applicant's representative, and received an email.
Commissioner Hawkins, as did I.
Commissioner Gower received and read the email.
Commissioner Johnson, I visited the site, received emails, and spoke with the applicant's representative.
Commissioner Marshall, I received the emails.
Commissioner Olivas, I visited the site, spoke with an applicant's representative, and received email.
Okay. Thank you. I will open this up for public comment. I do have several requests to speak forms on this item. We'll start with Denise Ross.
Denise Ross for Tammy Holt Still, Lemon Valley Swan Lake Recovery Committee. I'm just going to read her letter. First, I'd like to say that this did not go before the NAB for residents' comments and concerns. This is for a special request for cuts and fills greater than 20%. Tammy asks that you please walk the site before making a decision for this. The building sizes total over 818,000 square feet without the asphalt. Once again, speaking of pervious and impervious surfaces. Attached, you will find what runoff would be just for the building based on this website. 46 acres is 2,003,760 square feet. Subtract 818,000 square feet. It leaves 1,185,760 square feet. The volume of water to be moved is 17,046 cubic feet. This is for a 25-year rainfall. So I would think that it would have to times it by 4 for the 100-year event. 68,185 cubic foot retention detention pond. Again, this does not include any asphalt for the warehouses. This property is butted up to Swan Lake, a previously dry lake bed that has a nature preserve within yards of this property. It is not a flat piece of property. That's why they need all the cuts and fills. So where's the detention and retention? Next to Swan Lake, which is flooding, and that flood may never go away, or at the top of the property where they will pump the collection of storm water runoff into. City of Reno does not have code enforcement regulations in place to make sure storm water is collected now, as proven by Amazon and warehouses on Military Road. What are the protections to Swan Lake and the Nature Conservatory from runoff caused by the cuts and fills? Where will the collection of runoff be? Where's the sediment collection go? What about public safety, since this is now the only way in and out of Lemon Valley today? That's what you guys are making your decisions on, conditions of today. If you can't get the answers to these questions, then I think you cannot meet the findings to approve the special permit request. Thank you. Impervious, pervious conditions.
Next is Danny Cleus.
Danny Cleus for the record. I have to disagree with Mr. Griffin. City of Reno and Washoe County both have been told since the 90s what to do if they wanted to keep on building out there. That's over 20 years ago. City of Reno and Washoe County dismissed it, saying it would never happen. They were told what exactly was going to happen. Guess what? It happened. All these engineers say, oh no, my stuff is the best. Well, guess what? Hasn't been a 100-year flood yet. And guess what? We're all underwater. Nobody will come up with a fix for that lake. We have been given suggestions to the city council, to Mr. Flansburgh, Washoe County, their staff, but nobody wants to do anything about it. But they can't come up with their own solution for that lake when they're told by at least 4 people in engineering with hydrological degrees to do something about it. Tell them what to do. But yet, nobody wants to listen. So, everybody says, my warehouse will not contribute to that. How many years have we been hearing this? This is the third winter. 2 years now. And these engineers and these hydrologists, oh no, mine's the best. Well, you know what? My street's still not open because yours is the best. Not only on top of that, it is on a hill. Guess what? My house looks right at it. What's their lights going to be like? Is that going to block the scenic view to Peavine? Oh, who knows? More crap going out in that valley that doesn't need to be there until something is done with that lake. When somebody up here, City of Reno, Washoe County, the state, I don't care, can come up with a fix for that lake, there should not be any building out there. And for another thing, there was a moratorium out there for water, not having enough for over 8 years. So moratorium out there is no big deal. It's been happening before. It should happen again. Thank you.
Next is Tim Jeter.
So that last picture I showed you of our lake, isn't all right? That was before the water went past the embankment through the notch and past the HESCO barriers. This right here is Lemon Valley Drive. This is the latest aerial shot from one of the aerial shots FEMA had done.
Can you speak in the microphone? Thank you.
So this is the latest aerial shot that I pulled off the web. And just to give you a little understanding, like I say, we currently don't have use of that road. Again. So one of the things that kind of pops out to me, this is the area where they're talking about developing. Well, that's our only way out. That's not going to be overnight development. And they're not talking about any real fixes for this road, so are we going to have to deal with all that traffic getting out every morning to go to our jobs? And emergency situations. We already had a lady a couple weeks ago almost die of a heart attack because they didn't realize that they were on Deodore Road that's not maintained, and that's not much of a road. So is anybody considering traffic flows for that reason? I realize that's because of this flood, but I mean, these photos were basically, this one is after and during the flood. The one I showed you before was a summer prior to this. So you can see every little bit, every drop of water makes a huge difference. And this little highlighted area here, this is that area where I was showing you that little retention area that could be done. It's actually pretty big. It's 20 acres, but quite a bit bigger than theirs that they were talking about. But at any rate, it makes sense that especially this developer, he's right there. All of his equipment's right there. 250 yards away from where they would have to drive down and go in there and excavate that. And you may say, well, it's not fair. I guess I would probably agree with you to some point, but if not them, who? When? And again, why can't there be some type of unifying thing for these developers that says they have to pitch in and come up with a solution? Why do we have to bring up the solutions? It just doesn't make any sense. If they say if they want us to believe they're good neighbors, act like good neighbors.
Michelle, do we have any additional requests to speak for him on this item?
I do not.
Anyone else wishing to make a comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll close public comment, bring it back to the commission for questions. Who'd like to start us off? Commissioner Hawkins.
This is for staff. I've been told that there's 2 entrances, exits on the military road side, as well as one on the most extreme part north of the project. are we gonna say that these trucks come out and go down Military and we see their lights up in those homes that are right next to this development? That's one question. And no Jake brakes. It's got to be signed with no Jake brakes.
Heather Manzo, Associate Planner. To answer your question as far as truck access goes, the primary truck access is located on the south side of the site. And there's an additional driveway located kind of mid-building one. And then the northern, I actually think the site plan might be wrong on this. There's a northern access that feeds into building number 2 located down here. And so to answer your question, trucks are going to be coming in on that coming in and going out on that southern driveway. And as far as headlights shining into the residential properties to the west, there's a grade difference between this property
10
and
feet.
the residences.
Yeah.
The residences are set higher than the subject site is. And so if you have more specific questions, we can turn it over to the applicant to answer that.
Why do they want a minor deviation on the height of their building? Why not do it now?
I'll let the applicant answer that question for you.
Good evening, Commissioners. John Krompatek with KLS Planning, also representing the applicant. What was the question on minor deviation?
The minor deviation, whether we get it now or later.
It's an industry standard for the clear view height of the ceiling. And you don't see it a lot because 44 feet is the threshold in the industrial zones, and they're allowed 45 feet. But for whatever reason, in the IC zone, the restriction is 40 feet. So they need it to have a functional building height.
So the building that's going to be built, which would be building number 1, that'll be the first one built, you're going to go over or put in a minor deviation submittal for it?
That is correct. If, assuming the commission were supportive to this use permit, there would be a subsequent minor deviation, cannot exceed 10% of the standard. So a maximum to 44 feet. And that would be done with the building permit.
Well, that's it for now.
Thank you.
Commissioners, additional questions? Commissioner Marshall?
Heather, there's questions about here. Not probably the best area for active transportation, but for all the things we heard about this morning, do we have any? I didn't notice any conditions regarding transportation demand measures or management or I can't remember the smart measures.
Smart trips.
What are there any considerations to dealing with additional 1,400 trips and unknown amount of VMT associated with those trips?
There isn't a condition, but if the Planning Commission would like to add one this evening, you're welcome to do so. There are some existing bicycle lanes on Military that reach the site, and I'm not aware of any transit facilities that are located within this area. So with that in mind, if there are specific conditions that the Planning Commission would recommend, we'd be happy to incorporate that into the request.
Do you have just any thoughts on, I mean, this is a relatively, so basically, maybe this is a question for the applicant in terms of the number of employees that they anticipate.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman and committee members. My name is Joe Blackwell again, and I am here representing Makita USA. To answer that question, we are anticipating 85 employees, to include 15 of those to be in the training facility.
And does your company have any policies regarding implementation of, whether you call it smart, forgotten their
I understand
acronym
what you're
now, or
asking.
transportation demand management, or, carpool, promotion of carpools. Essentially, I think you were here when we got the presentation on, we're right at our threshold for ozone. And so we need to reduce vehicle miles traveled somehow, or improve better than what we have now if we want to deflect our curve downwards. So are there any elements of this project that you see that, or company policies that will allow us to, or help us achieve our VMT goals?
I'm sorry, maybe I misunderstood, but this is my first time here. I wasn't present in a meeting.
Oh, I'm sorry.
This is my first time. So if I may, again, we are socially responsible in every location that we have. We've been in business for 100 years, producing power tools. So we take it very, very seriously. But we do not, I don't know how to answer your question because I wasn't here.
Okay. I don't know if one of your other team at traffic or a general consultant has got some thoughts on. Sorry. Thank you. Do I have to disqualify myself if I own Makita tools?
I think you're okay.
All right.
You own stock?
Commissioner Markle, John Krompottek again. So I asked Mr. Blackwell if he'd be willing to accept such a condition, and of course it's undefined conceptually. You heard him about how responsible they are as a operator, big international company, and yes, we will agree to some condition. Obviously, not crafted in my head yet. So if we can do this on the fly, yes, we'll do it.
I'm just trying to remember, what did we do for the hospital?
There we did 2% electric vehicle charging stations.
I think there was an additional, I think didn't we add a condition on?
We absolutely, it's actually in the PUD handbook, but that's what we did. And we also added something on idling. It was basically, do you remember the air quality memo, not to refer to another project, but this is coming pretty typically now from the district health department, is some of those recommended criteria, we folded those into conditions.
Thank you.
You bet.
No more at this time.
Mr. Gower?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Heather, question. We saw a project, a master plan amendment, to be more specific on the other side of that triangle on Lemon Drive, and there were concerns about truck traffic and emissions and, those type of impacts on residential properties as the trucks traveled along the roadway. Did staff have concerns about that with military? And can you just kind of highlight how those were addressed, if so?
I'd like to go ahead and turn that over to our engineering team since it's more of an engineering question, if you don't mind.
Commissioner Mike Michelle, for the record, engineering manager. We did not look at that issue. Perhaps the applicant can address that.
Okay, I'll ask the applicant.
Well, good evening. For the record, Paul Salegi.
Hi, Paul. So the project that I'm referring to, or the proposal that came before us not long ago, and there was a recommendation from staff, frankly, to deny the master plan amendment, and one of the key points, or one of the key rationale, was because of truck traffic and emissions. There were some pedestrian crossings. Can you talk to the traffic and the potential concerns, number one, which is why I was asking staff if they were concerned about that, but assuming that there may be, since there's truck traffic adjacent to residential, what type of mitigation is proposed, if any?
On this project, we've done a detailed review with Makita themselves. In terms of Prologis, they brought information forward. On the other project, they had some general, quite high truck percentages that were estimated. It was kind of a generic number. we didn't really have a better user that could define it. In this case, we have a specific user, and they have a very small truck percentage. And so because of this small truck percentage, they will be going down Military Road, the majority of the truck trips going down Military Road en route to the freeway. But the volume is just a tiny fraction of what was anticipated with the other development. And so because of the low truck volume, there was not felt that a specific mitigations were going to be needed.
Can you just put a number to that volume in terms of number of trips per day associated with that particular vehicle?
The mix was, on the other project, it was about 19% of trucks. This was less than 4%. And so it was just a fraction of that.
So how many?
In terms of the
42.
project trip generation,
42 trips?
According to the, that's the number, Paul?
yes, that's approximately yes. I haven't calculated it exactly.
It's in the staff report.
Thank you.
Well, no, I'm sorry to, I mean, Paul, why is there such a difference between they're both distribution warehousing?
Well, the other number was just a generic number, one generic quoted number that the Institute of Transportation Engineers gave for one category of warehouse. At the time, that was a number that city staff had proposed. On a short duration, we weren't able to get a more precise number. We didn't have a specific user to talk to. In this case, we did have a specific user who has other distribution centers at other buildings and other states and other cities. And so we were able to talk specifically to these folks, the identified user, and then we're able to nail down this number. It was much lower, but it had high credibility because we know the user and we had a track record of where it came from.
So I just want to follow up with that information, with 42 truck trips. I want to follow up with Heather with another question. So based on that information and the proximity of Military with this additional traffic, even though it's only 4% of the traffic that we're looking at, it's 42 trips, there's no concern on the part of staff for some of the noise, emissions, just overall types of vehicles on Military that were, frankly, the pivotal point, the rationale for not recommending approval of the other master plan amendment. And I recognize that this is special use permit and that was a master plan amendment.
Heather Manzo, Associate Planner. And I apologize, I wasn't able to speak to the other project. I wasn't familiar with the generation of heavy trucks that was associated with that request. So yes, staff is comfortable with the traffic generation that's anticipated with this request and feels that this amount of traffic is appropriate for this area. I do believe that as a part of their conditions of approval, there's a condition that requires for them to, during construction, provide their construction routes to have that approved by city engineering staff. And then with operations, they will need to follow any established, if there are any, truck route designated locations.
Okay, thank you.
Heather, hold on before you.
Okay.
Trying to keep you from getting up one more time.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, may I?
Commissioner
please?
Weisky, please,
Thank you.
anything you can do to make it more comfortable for Heather right now, we'd appreciate that.
Heather, is there any prohibition for truckers coming in to this site if it were built out off of Stead Boulevard? I'm thinking of using apps for maps and different direction apps that it could be very easy for a truck to come up Stead Boulevard and then weave their way around to get to this site. Is there an area that goes through the residential area that prohibits trucks?
To answer that question, I might need to defer to our engineering staff or possibly Claudia.
Okay.
But as far as, I don't remember if you mentioned nighttime or not. There's a condition of approval recommended because of the acoustical analysis that was provided to us. The sound study noted that nighttime operations of trucks coming in and out of the site would actually exceed the allowable
I
noise
saw
levels.
that.
And so there's a condition prohibiting ingress and egress outside of certain hours.
Right.
And then I can turn it over to
okay.
another staff member to answer
Sure.
Stead Boulevard questions.
On Stead Boulevard, Mike can help confirm this or not. I believe Stead was taken off as a truck route. I don't believe it's a truck route anymore, is my understanding.
Mike Michelle, engineering manager, I believe you're correct. It was.
Yeah, it
Okay.
was removed, I think in 2017 or 2018.
Oh, it was. Okay.
I believe so.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner. Additional questions? I've got one. I think I'll probably run this one by Vince rather than John. It's a grading question. And your title block's on the sheets, so.
Yes, sir.
And there's some information in here, and I'm trying to wrap my head around in terms of south to north and the grading differential between finished floor elevation of the building and military. And obviously, military, as it goes towards the north, we'll use that, heading towards Mount Bravo, it gets higher. So in the staff report, I'm seeing that at one end of the building, you're 6 feet lower, the finished floor is 6 feet lower at the south end of the building and 30 feet lower than the road at the north end of the building. My question is, what's the elevation at the end? Is the second phase going to be at the same finished floor elevation as the first phase? And if so, where does that put the grade in relation to military at that point?
So for the record, Vince Griffith, Reno Engineering. First, the reason we graded it that way was to balance the site. So that's both from a financial standpoint, but also with the drainage issues we really touched on earlier. You don't want to be bringing dirt into an area that's already got issues. The building will have the same finished floor, at least that's the plan. The finished floor on this building is actually sloped. So you don't see that every day, but that's something to take advantage of the site and try to do as little disruption as possible. So to answer your question is, if we slope the building and we come down on the roadway, we're about 6 feet. We'll almost be matching it about the future building elevation.
Okay.
We had to keep it low, much below, because again, I think other people, some of the neighbors have mentioned that we're kind of in a hillside there in order to make it balance and work out. That's just how it worked.
And I think that's kind of where I'm going with this, because when I'm out there and I'm looking at it, I look at the two-dimensional version of the map, and there's a number of large warehouses out there. But when I look at the ones, say Sherwin-Williams, the finished floor elevation of that appears significantly lower than military. So do you have an idea of what the grade differential between your finished floor and the finished floor of those adjacent warehouses are? I acknowledge that it's a different site and you may not know, but part of where I'm looking at this is the scale of this building in relation to Military Road and the adjacent parcels is quite a bit different than what I'm seeing with Sherwin-Williams, and I think a lot of that has to do with finished floor. So I'm just wondering if there's
So to answer the question, I'm not aware of the difference in elevations between us or this building and Sherwin-Williams. I suppose what I can speak to maybe if where you're going with this is you find when a building's this close up to the roadway, and that's just the way this one worked out for layout. It's been my opinion. I'm a civil engineer, but we also have aesthetic opinions on buildings. We've done a lot of these larger boxes. This not having one elevation throughout, it's the same as having juxtaposition on the facades. We asked for that, and city staff asked for that for the architecture. I think in terms of engineering and grading, you actually get a benefit out of this as well. There's not just one line sitting across the same roadway at the same elevation. So I think that breaks it up. I think that's the term in architecture land. I don't know that got to your answer, or to your question, but no, I don't know the difference. I do know that we are different on our roadway elevation to the roof line, and I think that's a positive.
So to that effect, and I was doing the math, and I think compared to where Commissioner Hawkins was going with this as well, at the south end of the building, and by extension, the south end of the addition, if you're at or 6 feet below the grade of the road, a 44-foot high building is putting me easily 30 feet higher than the road. And I see a condition in here that talks about a 5-foot landscape berm. I think there's a significant difference. I'm not sure what's the distance back from the right-of-way that you've cited this. Obviously, you've got a driveway in there, but what are we looking at
Correct. So in
distance-wise?
terms of the width off of the roadway, we were just in the meeting the other day, and there's 60 feet behind the curb. Now, that's not behind the right-of-way, but you'll see that as landscaped area. So if we want to talk about growies and greens, that kind of thing, you have about a 60-foot buffer there before you get to that drive aisle that's in the front of the building.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I couldn't read the information on here enough to know where my grades were at. So I
Yeah,
was
and
trying
at
to
this
understand
scale,
that.
it's really difficult, so I understand.
Thank you. Additional questions or discussion or a motion? Commissioner Hawkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We haven't talked about pedestrian right-of-way, pedestrian sidewalks or anything, or are they going to be able to do something? Since it wasn't addressed tonight, I'm hoping somebody will address the point of curb gutter sidewalks.
Great question, Vince Griffith, for the record, Reno Engineering. Absolutely, I think it's a staff condition, but we're certainly planning on building curb gutter and sidewalk on that roadway, the adjacent road. So that's in the plans currently, and I would have to imagine it's condition. It's in the design, for sure.
Okay, thanks.
Commissioners, additional comments, questions? Motion. Commissioner Weisky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the case of LDC 19-00034, Military Road, Makita, based upon compliance with the applicable findings, I move to approve the special use permit subject to conditions, including revision to condition number 4 that it removes the words "the Mayberry Drive access" and replaces it with the word "project." And I can make all of the findings.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Marshall.
I'm in a bit of a pickle. I can't support the project, but I would hope that the rest of the commissioners discuss whether or not a condition like we imposed on the hospital be discussed in terms of transportation demand management and other techniques.
Heather.
Heather Manzo, Associate Planner. There is some pretty standard language to address Commissioner Marshall's concern if commissioners would like to add that as a condition. And then I just wanted to get clarification to your motion on the previous project that we heard this evening with regards to the operations manual. Did the commission want to add that similar language to this request?
Commissioner Weisky, I'll run that to you since it was your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, we'll add the additional verbiage to the maintenance manual for the retention-detention ponds that was discussed in the previous project, Heather. Also, I would like to add condition number 25 that requires the applicant to provide some type of shared ride program at the time of building permit for staff review.
I'm looking at Claudia and Heather to make sure you can make that into a condition.
Yes, we can. Thank you.
And since I'm at it, condition number 26, the applicant to provide signage stating no vehicle idling per local codes and ordinance at each one of the truck doors, or at the overhead doors. just to remind drivers who might come in at night not to idle.
Okay. I have a motion. Looking for a second or additional discussion.
Commissioner Gower, with those conditions added, I can make all the findings and I'll second.
Motion and a second. Discussion? I'm going to discuss. I got to give it to you guys first, but I'm going to discuss. I was posing the questions about the height, because one of the things that it struck me when I was out there at driving down Military, the existing warehouses out there are set back significantly and lower, and granted, the landscape is in place and it's not obtrusive. But where this is at is a significantly different elevation, and it's a significantly different relationship to the road. And I'm trying to wrap my head, and when I was out there, I was trying to wrap my head around where and how this was going to relate. And, you know, there was the question about the headlights. You know, I think that's been addressed. It is lower, you know, the grade is lower there than the adjacent grade. But the building is significant in height. And the building orientation, I think, is exceptionally well thought out with respect to where those, where those truck doors are located, because they aren't facing anything. So all of the potential for idling, all of the backup sounds, all of that is on the opposite side of the building for many of the neighbors. It's the best solution you could have on a site like this. But I just struggle, and I'm looking at, you know, I'm looking at the condition, or the finding that we have to make, and I circle it and then I can never find it. Finding E talks about the price, site, location, and scale, intensity, density, height, layout, and setbacks. I understand the need for the height. I understand where they're going with that, but I just can't make the finding because of the scale and height of the building. It's not because I don't like the project. It's not because it's not defining all of the drainage, but the height and the scale of this in relationship to the road, even with the setback, and I know the drawing is misleading with respect to how far back that is, and I appreciate all of the architectural elements that are being done to it. All of that is being done for the very reasons that I'm bringing up, but I just am looking at that, you know, the fact that this will be 34 feet higher than the road, and significantly closer to the road than anything else that's there. I can't make that finding. So I just wanted to throw that out there as discussion. If there's no other discussion, again, there's a motion and a second on the table. So with that, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Nay.
Nay.
Okay, we have a 3-3, so that means it does not pass. Is that correct? Okay.
Can you say who voted
So
nay,
I
please?
have ayes from Commissioner Weisky, Commissioner Gower, and Commissioner Olivas, and nays from Commissioner Hawkins, Commissioner Johnson, and Commissioner Marshall. So based on that, the motion does not pass. And now I have to read all this into which I've just lost my page. There it is. Appeal process, any final action not including recommendations or failure to take action by the Planning Commission may be appealed to the Reno City Council by the applicant, the mayor, or a city council member, or any person who is aggrieved by the action or inaction. An appeal, together with fees, must be filed with the city clerk within 10 calendar days, starting on the day after written notice of the action is filed with the city clerk. And if the 10th calendar day falls on a weekend or a holiday when the clerk's office is not open, the appeal may be filed on the next business day. With that, I will move on to the next item on our agenda, which is item number 8.2, case number LDC 19-00025, Lake Ridge Place Townhomes. And we will start with a presentation by the applicant. And we'll wait till, Commissioner Griffith is back.
Thank you, Chairman Johnson. Commissioners, John Krompottek with KLS Planning, representing the applicant. That is Roger Elton. He's been a longtime developer in the Reno area, very experienced. Also with me this evening is Carl Matzel. I think all of you know Carl. He's a very skilled engineer. We've been working this closely together. In addition, Carlin Williams is not here, but he has formed the architecture, the concept architecture for this project. I have a tendency, and I've told many of this, I tend to lean toward brevity in these conversations and initial pitches. I think it's all about Q&A from the commission and where we really form firm places in this process, so I will be brief. Basically, we have the tentative map and then the use permits for the townhome project, the cuts and fills, and the grading of the major drainage way. Also have a variance for, I believe it's going to be either 1, 2, or 3 lots that are adjacent to McCarran Boulevard. There's the site. You guys are very familiar with it. Everybody on this commission had seen a zone change, I think with exception of Commissioner Griffith, just over a year ago on this property to bring it in conformance with the master plan at the time. That is MF21 as it sits today. The master plan was established in the Reimagine Reno process to suburban mixed use. MF21 is the conforming zone that conformed with the master plan and, of course, allowed this applicant to go forward with the residential concept. In my initial slide, you notice I proposed or noted 5.8 dwellings to the acre is the actual proposed density. I think it's important to share with the commission that I was here that just over a year ago. We represented this would either be a single-family project or a single-family attached project, and I remember talking about 10 to the acre because it's very vague at the time, but just doing your best to represent what we thought we would do, and it comes in less primarily because of the constraints of the site. You look at the configuration, and you can see that it's very inefficient in its alignment in every direction, and then of course there's the vertical piece as well, i.e. topography and the drainway. There is the site in the context of surroundings. If there was one key issue that I'd like to share with the commission, it was sort of about, you really want to nail it on what is the best use of this land. And we went down the path of designing and both single-family detached and single-family attached. And it's very interesting to me in the public outreach process that we went through in this, and also citizens that were calling in with an opinion about how much they thought this was a good fit for this property. It's very much an infill type of a feel, and if you look at the surroundings, it tends to fit very well with the character of the area, and very well, I think, with the constraints of this property. There's a zoom of the lower half of the site. We call that the meadow. It's really interesting if you look at how it really works. There's really 2 independent sites in terms of the way we had to design them. There's the 22 homes on the hill, and then the 17, what I'm calling the homes in the meadow, is shown on that map. The zoom below just gives you a little more detail about that replanting, the realignment of that drainway, which happens to be a disturbed and a man-made drainage way. So we're not, and we call it disturbance in this process, but I would comfortably say that it's really enhancement of the drainage way. It's realignment, it's defining the drainage course better, and then it's a lot of plantings by way of grass, revegetation, and a seed mix that works well in northern Nevada. There is a 3-dimensional perspective. Now that is real world, and what I mean by that, done by a photo simulation company that we hired. And the idea was to take from the grading plan and say, this product at this height with this character, what's it gonna look like? What's important about this is sort of like, if you think of Golf Club Drive, that's a private drive, right? It's an easement. We have permission to use that. We're loading from Golf Club Drive, think of it as alley loaded access. And the idea here is to hide garages and hide all of that access. And so what you see from the arterial streets is that's adjacent to the site on on Plymouth Street, just south of the main drive there on Golf Club. You see the trail that we have put and then the rock walls, and then the kind of northern Nevada scrub that's sitting down below it, and just off the photo would be the drain area. Above is the part on the hill. Again, that's with the grade as proposed on our grading plan, and that shows the 3 stories up there. Slightly different perspective, but just to my point again, private drive. No parking on the one side. We do have 10 parking stalls on the other side next to that white car there, and adjacent to it. What it does really, I think, is because it's very convenient parking for those units as guest parking adjacent to the units there. I think that's all I have, and I can get into more detail on the on the special use permit, master plan compliance, community support. I thought was very nice. I didn't mention, but I always like to point out and certainly appreciate what staff put forth in their analysis. I think they did a very thorough job in the staff analysis and the staff report. The conditions we do have some difference of opinions on, but we decided instead of, we're comfortable enough today that we've done some clarification. Mr. Matzel worked at this primarily, and there's just some vague conditions. They can be very dangerous to interpretation to a applicant. And so we tried to take some of that vague stuff out and deal with it between us and the staff, and I think we have agreement there. So, do I have, excuse me, I didn't get to the variance exhibit, but I do have that here, and I think I'll leave it for the commission. There's the front elevation of the units. There is a lot going on here architecturally. We have 5 different floor plans or units, a lot of variation in product mix from the street imaging standards, and I think that's important here too. There's a left and right elevation, and then there is the variance exhibit, but rather go into that, I'll leave it for any questions if the commission has any. So thank you very much for your time, and again, I'm here for any questions, and Carl Matzel would be as well. Thank you.
Thank you, John. We'll bring you up with questions. Brooke, good evening.
Good evening, Commissioners, Chair Gower, or Chair Johnson, excuse me.
I answered anything at this point.
Brooke Oswald, Associate Planner for the record. Just to go over a few things again, the zone is a multifamily 21 or MF21 that was changed recently. As you saw in the staff report, this has had several entitlements over the years on this parcel. None of them have partially been enacted, but nothing has really truly been developed on this property. The master plan land use coming in under the new Reimagine Reno is suburban mixed use. Currently, the multifamily 21 under the current master plan is non-conforming. But within the master plan, on that, looking at the primary use in that suburban mixed use, you're looking at a diverse mix of commercial and residential uses. The size, density, and mix of uses will vary depending on the access, location, and character of the surrounding areas. So as we look at the site, being these 2 parcels here, I left on the parcel maps to show that you can see there's a number of attached products throughout the area, really looking at the same character, same definition of compatibility out there in that area. Also, as was noted by the applicant's representative, the site is very constrained as far as hillsides, drainage ways, access, and some of those other issues there. Once again, that zoning is MF21. The MF21 would allow 140 units on that. I believe because of the site constraints, which I'll show a little bit more about the access and some of those, the appropriateness of that may not be, and seen as the 39 townhomes is proposed is more appropriate and is also allowed within that MF21 zoning. So a little tricky to see, but as you can see, we have along McCarran, there's a large cut along McCarran. We have a very steep grade here. We have steep grades the far side of the site. The drainage way runs right through here, coming out of a detention facility that is a controlled access. I believe it's 65 CFS that comes out of that. The engineers can speak a little bit more about that. We have the hillside here, as is shown. It has been highly disturbed over the years of development, and as that's gone through, your access coming off here is close to the thing. It is an existing access and easement. Was actually built prior to the McCarran Loop coming in. As was described in the staff report, there was a determination made by staff. A package was submitted by the applicant to determine if hillside development was applicable in this case, and it really came down to looking at that hillside and how it had been so drastically disturbed over the years with the McCarran Loop coming in, the development to the east, the golf course and development and impacts on that. Within that report, I believe that hillside would have been originally about 14 acres. Of that, about 1.4 acres, I believe, exists now. So it's been highly and dramatically. With that decision, it was decided that this wasn't applicable to define as a hillside, and there the hillside ordinance did not apply. Just a photo to show you the drastic cut that there. This is looking south, going west on the road. You can see the large cut along both sides there and how dramatically impacted this hillside has been. This is looking back east, and once again, just demonstrating the project site being where you can see the sign and off to the right there. You can also at this time notice the drastic grade change between the roadway and the project site. I believe that roadway, it's approximately 40 to 50 foot difference in elevation there. So I want to quickly go over the pedestrian access. Because of the site constraints and the contours on this site, there is an existing sidewalk along the golf course road. They are proposing using that. As the town, with the proposed townhomes, the driveways, trying to run a sidewalk across that, the impacts there, the up and down in that, staff did not feel it was appropriate to run the sidewalk there. They are showing a sidewalk running up to here. We have asked that they remove that moving forward. And they have a trail system that will run along the drainage way that comes up to here. There's a parking thing. We've had them work to put in an actual crosswalk along there. You have pedestrian access that comes up this large grade, coming in, feeding into the upper development here, and then another pathway coming around through the open space and connecting back over in that way. As one of the conditions we have on that, there will be a public easement on all of that open space and trail network there, and so the public will have access to all of that. That's just showing, coming into the site up golf course, the current existing condition with the sidewalk ending there and the other sidewalk going up the other side. Quickly looking at the variance as was shown in the earlier exhibit, the large grade change that's happening between there. Because of the unique configuration of this parcel where it's above the roadway, but that roadway is considered the frontage. And so with that frontage, there's a 30-foot setback that's required from that with strict interpretation of the ordinance, a 30-foot setback is required from that. There's also a unique situation there in that the right-of-way runs along McCarran, and there's an odd jog-in that happens there. And so they're further restricted by this odd right-of-way that actually moves their parcel boundary in versus where the original right-of-way was. They are asking for a 5-foot variance on that, so moving from 30 feet to 20 feet. If you look at the home configurations, how this laid out, we would consider that actually a backyard of the parcel itself, even though it is considered from the overall larger parcel to be the front yard. A backyard setback in the MF21 is 10 feet. And so they are just asking for that 25-foot. Once again, there's about 40 feet grade difference to the actual roadway. We're close to 100 feet. And so if you look at that cross slope, we're probably 60 feet of cross slope across there before you hit the roadway. As with the similar, the image that was shown by the applicant's representative, the lower levels are actually adapted to the grade. They are 3 levels walkout basement with the 2 levels above. The upper levels are 3 stories, but not with a walkout basement. So just to clarify on that, as the representation shows, there are rock walls. There have been concern with this commission about rock walls from some of the previous developments. We have left in the condition there that they can use rock walls. There are several existing rock walls out there currently that have been in place for several years and are in good shape. And we believe that that would help to tie this project to the other projects, and using some of those civil reforms. Obviously, we wouldn't allow that on some of the larger structural walls, but some of the 5 to 6 foot walls, we would encourage the applicant to use rockery walls in accordance and to be in line with some of the other walls that are out in that area. Just to look at, once again, looking at that consistency of form and out there, this is the hillside directly to the west. So you go down, there's the golf course, clubhouse, and you start to go up. As you can see, a similar pattern of the hillside and the development there. Staff anticipates this project to have sort of a similar look and a similar sort of feel as what is currently there. And then just, let's see, let's get that. Just touch base on the landscape. There, with this project, about 65% of the overall project site will be in open space. Once again, that'll be open to the public, and the trail's open to the public. They have put together a conceptual landscape plan. There is some existing landscape on the site. They are proposing to maintain some of that. There's some existing landscape out here that would be removed. They would be subject to the tree penalty with that, and that would be applied. They're proposing some native landscape and screening. There is some existing screening and trees, and then they would come in with code and ordinance on the street tree and street tree design. So with the project as proposed and with the conditions of approval as written, staff can make all applicable findings and recommends approval of the project.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brooke. Then bring it back to the commission for disclosure, starting with Commissioner Olivas.
Commissioner Olivas, I visited the site and spoke with the applicant's representative.
Commissioner Marshall, same.
Commissioner Griffith, same.
Commissioner Johnson, as did I.
Commissioner Gower, I visited and live very close to the site.
Commissioner Hawkins, I visited the site, talked with the applicant's representative.
Commissioner Weisky, as did I, and I also live near the site, but outside the noticing area.
Okay, thank you. This is a public hearing. I have 2 forms here. Both have indicated they do not wish to make a statement. One from Penny Ruskowski in favor of the project, and one from Walter Ruskowski also in favor of the project. Michelle, any additional requests to speak for him on this item?
No.
Is anyone here wishing to make a comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll close that, bring it back to the commission for questions. Commissioner Weisky.
Thank you. Staff engineer, please.
For the record, Mike Michelle, engineering manager.
Thank you, Mike. My question is in regards to the existing roadway and the ingress egress out of there. Will adding these homes in the residential usage, daily trips, is this approach too close to the major intersection of McCarran and Plumas?
You know, I think technically it does not meet standard. However, it is a pre-existing road prior to McCarran. They did do a traffic study. I didn't see anything. I didn't see any red flags as far as safety goes.
Okay. I'm thinking about it. I spoke with the applicant's representative about it. My concern is that it doesn't meet current standards. This is an opportunity to clean it up. It could be moved. But, you know, that's why I'm asking you what you think as far as distance Would it be allowed today on a new development?
Well, I was just handed something here as far as distances from arterials like this, it'd be 150 feet.
Okay,
So I think it's okay.
okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. Additional questions? Commissioner Marshall?
For Brooke, please. Brooke, with the MF-21, what's our maximum height?
With MF-21, it is 35 feet.
And if you applied the hillside development standards, what would that do to the maximum height of, if the hillside development standards applied?
Oftentimes, the hillside standards apply, the height would apply, and the way it's how you would look at stories. And so what they do is that lower basement is not considered a story, so that 2 stories would be appropriate in that case. This case, they do meet the standards per the MF-21. The hillside, I can look at really quickly and try to apply how that would be applied, but a lot of times the hillside standards deal with adaptable architecture, maintaining of that existing grade, often will deal with sort of visibility and impact scarring of that in that development, and then also how kind of the treatment, be it walls or other sort of treatments for the grading are impacted. So
When this matter came before the city council on December 13th, 2017, the representation from staff was that the hillside development standards would apply. So what has changed since then that?
As I described in the presentation, it is that integrity of that hillside at this point. And so the applicant did make a case that hillside had been so dramatically impacted, going from roughly that 14 acres to the 1.4 sort of acres over a course of a period of time, that was reviewed by staff and approved by staff the hillside development standards would not apply. So
I think you said earlier, though, there are still significantly steep slopes on, particularly above the current office building that they're building on.
There are. They currently have a mass grading permit in. They are grading down, not down to the SUP level of that 20 feet, but they are currently grading per our, we don't have anything in code that says they can't have a grading permit without that. And so they have moved forward with the grading permit on that.
What I was looking for, is some, as you're coming south on Plumas, I know that the controversy with the office building was the mass and potentially blockage of views up towards the mountains. And do you know, and maybe this, if you want me to defer this to the applicant's representative, but will, from that perspective, at least from that part of the intersection, will the townhomes behind the building or on the steep slope be visible, or would they block the ridgeline in any way? Do you know?
So you're talking traveling south on Plumas?
South on Plumas, particularly north of McCarran, as you're coming across that intersection.
Okay. Yeah, you do have a large hillside. You have the current existing building on that. I would, from the assumption of the height and knowing the site, I would assume that you would be able to see those buildings, similar as I shown to the other, on the hillside to the west of that, where you see those buildings on the top or near the tops of the hillside.
Right. I'm not saying that you wouldn't see seeing the bill and these buildings look somewhat attractive. I'm not saying that. What I'm more trying to get at is the height of the building, and particularly whether or not how much it's going to extend up over, if at all, the office building.
This site is dramatically above. So the 22 homes that sit on top of the hill are actually probably 30 feet above the top of the office building. It is a significant grade up to there. The lower ones are there along the roadway. That roadway is pretty consistent with the parking lot that is with the existing building. Those are 2 stories on that front. They would back down onto 3 on the Plumas side, on that south side. And then there's a fairly significant grade drop between the golf course road and Plumas. And so that's where you see the rockery wall, trail, drainage. And so you would, I mean, obviously you're going to see those as was shown in the see if I can. In the photo sim that was shown by John, that was looking, that's actually looking west from Plumas. So that would be that view. Let me.
Right. No, I understand. It's more of when, you know, you're coming south on Plumas and coming through the intersection, and whether or not I assume we're going to see the upslope buildings, but whether or not that's going to block the ridge line behind it. So it'd have a different scenic impact than if it's just set below, if the tops of those buildings are set below the ridge line. And from my perspective, at least, that's one reason of hillside development, is not only for preservation of you know, architectural reasons and all the other things that were described within the staff report and the attachment A, I think it was. So do you have any information on?
There was no viewshed analysis or anything done on that, so I don't have any official information or anything that would show that impact to the surrounding landscape.
I can direct that to John.
Also to ask the applicant if they are.
I was going to shift to some of the variance issues. Do anyone else want to talk before I do that about anything that? Okay, variance finding B is the strict adherence or the strict application of the regulation will result in peculiar and exceptional practical difficulties or exceptional and undue hardship upon the owner of the property. So the basis for the variance is that they at least in the staff report, that they might lose the ability to develop an additional dwelling unit. So is that the standard that we're using for variances and I'm sorry, I've forgotten the total number of units that we've got here, but so they're using. There's
39 units total, 22 on that top hillside. So
we're
it'd be
going
1 to 2 that could be impacted by the variance.
Right.
And the way that staff looked at it is that financial best use of that land. And so with granting the 5-foot variance, allowing 2 more of those units, making that project more financially viable, therefore reducing the overall hardship on the developer to develop that project.
Overall hardship, or they're just not making as much money as they could have if they had more units?
There's 2 ways to look at it at that point, yes, certainly.
You know, I mean, this is kind of in one sense, a frustrating discussion because 5 feet is not that significant of a variance, and it seems like the rules here should not apply. But on the other hand, the finding that we have to make is this undue hardship. And if we're just saying they're not going to make as much money as they could have, does that really get us? Is that the standard that we want to apply to variances? So that's just my comment.
Staff would recommend when making the motion on this, that 2 motions be made, 1 be made for the variance, and then 1 be made for the other items, the tentative maps, the special use permit, and so that we can split that variance and this, so that they could, if it becomes the variance, that could. So staff does recommend that the commission move that way.
Yeah, Commissioner Levis, I guess I was reading something in there too, and I have the same concern with variances you do. But in reading that, is the variances because that's considered a front yard setback? And I guess I would be really curious on what the front yard driveway would be off of McCarran up to that site in the first place. So I find that really is an exceptional, extraordinary circumstance, not just because they want to make money, but because there's no way that they're going to get a driveway off of McCarran up to that site. That's not a front yard.
Well, we're not in discussions,
Yeah,
but maybe
well, let's do more questions at this point, and we can follow that up.
and then could I just have John respond to the question about the scenic impact of coming south on Plumas?
The closest representation would be that photo simulation, Commissioner, that I showed from northbound Plumas looking up.
Can you cursor to it, or?
That would be my best way to try and explain this, because it is directly from the grading plan, right? So that was prepared from the grading plan to the photo simulation visual analysis guy. And
Is that, I mean, do you have it on
Is it
your
in your
presentation?
PowerPoint?
yeah,
John?
yeah, it is on the PowerPoint, excuse me. I was looking for the, so now this is a little bit different, but I think you're just trying to get the general relationship of the road elevation to the height of those units in the back.
Right, those are the meadow units, right, or is that?
Right, but I'm talking about those in the background.
Yeah, I'm
Do
sorry.
you
so
see them in the background up on the hill? So that is a real-world elevation of what we're dealing with per the grading plan. So imagine, if you will, coming through the intersection southbound, you would sort of see, but you'd see the building in the foreground. I just don't have that. These are incredibly expensive and to produce, and Mr. Elton gave us a lot of ability to go try and represent this best we could, but it's just, there's only so many perspectives that you can reasonably do. And we thought this one was key because it's kind of predominant view of the project.
John, if your development was subject to the hillside development standards, would your height be reduced?
No.
So you could go the same height?
Hillside development, that's correct. There's no, there's the hillside development, I think I know it very well. And, the way I look at it's environmental ordinance, right? You look at a beautiful hillside and you say, what do we do to protect that? You reduce density based on the math, and you have an open space component. But Mr. Matzel did a extremely thorough job of analyzing the topography, and without trying to sell anybody, you can see that it was 90% disturbed. And so the integrity, Brooke mentioned it, there was no integrity to hold on to, and the applicability of the ordinance was the primary issue.
Okay,
Did you
thank
want
you.
to speak, Mr.
Okay, I think we got the question
I'd
answered.
also like to talk about the variance from Commissioner Levy has touched on it. It's let's just say impossible to go get access if that's a front yard, and we got 35 foot of grade change. You could have the most aggressive grade in the city of Reno and not get up to those lots. In addition to all the access management issues that you'd be dealing with, would be absurd, right? When we have this opportunity for a driveway. So the economics was really not any part of it about making money. This thing is completely out of whack with budget as it is today, but that's, the developer's choice. You bet.
Commissioners, additional questions?
Mr. Elton likes to speak.
Is this in response to a question? I'm sorry, I'm just trying to, okay.
Yes, Commissioner Marshall, you had mentioned about the development.
Can you state your
Oh,
name,
I'm sorry.
please?
I don't happen to usually do this. Roger Elton, I'm the manager of the owner and the owner of the property. You had mentioned the question about the variance allowing, if we lost another 2 units, it's just a question of making more money. The economics on this property is very, very difficult. You've noticed, we have a large amount of dirt to move. We don't have the density because of the topography. So it's really a question of, it's not a project that makes a lot of money. What we're looking for is to try to do a really first-class quality project, which I've been involved in doing before. We could have gone for more density. We decided we didn't want to do that. But we're about as low a density as we can really make it work. Thank you, sir.
Commissioners, additional questions or discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to go back to traffic just for a quick question of the applicant regarding, particularly John, regarding that left turn movement out of, was that Golf Club Drive there, left onto Plumas going north?
Michelle, could we get the
You turn the overhead on. There's one other thing I wanted to, Commissioner Weisky, I appreciate his question he gave me for warning. This is not an opinion. This is what I handed Mike Michelle, but this is directly from the city driveway geometrics standard detail. And you notice I have it highlighted there. This is a minor arterial street classification. I'm talking about that separation. In one of the engineering exhibits, you'll see we have 175 foot from the intersection to the existing golf club drive. The standard is 150 feet.
My question was answered. Thank you, John.
Okay.
John, my question is regarding the left turn movement out of Golf Club Drive onto Plumas going north.
Can we go back to the PowerPoint? Thank you, Michelle. Okay.
So the very upper left-hand corner of that picture right there, it's kind of hard to see. But I can tell you from experience sitting in that left turn lane, going left onto McCarran up the hill, that the traffic stacks into that turn lane, and it's difficult for traffic to exit Golf Club Drive, not only to go left from Plumas onto McCarran, but to get across. If someone wanted to go across Plumas to make a right-hand turn onto McCarran to go down towards, Lowe's and everything else that's down in that direction. So my concern is the egress out of Golf Club onto Plumas onto McCarran, and the volume. What kind of volume of traffic are we looking at making that egress movement out of that roadway?
I'd have to defer to Lauren on the actual volume part of that.
Good evening, Lauren Chilson, Headway Transportation. The left turn volume during the peak hour from that Golf Club Drive would be about 14 new trips from those units. It's a low trip generator, it's 39 units. Yeah, it's close. It's existing, there's nowhere else to put that road. It's a little tough, but we're not creating a huge number of trips either.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. I wanted to get a sense of how many cars we were looking at there. So that helps. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Marshall?
Question for our planning manager. Claudia, when were you, do you remember the permitting, or were you around for the permitting of the office building?
Do I remember the permitting of the office building?
Well, am I imagining, or was there a controversy over the location of that building and the height of the building vis-a-vis the ridge line and the view shed?
I don't remember. I think that was built before I was here.
Been there a
I'm
while.
pretty sure.
That was 98.
I think
they
Commissioner
said the
Marshall,
permit.
can I chime in on that?
Yes, please.
I believe what you are remembering is the old Positano
Yeah.
project, which was proposed to be built on the hill west of the office building. The office building actually can't be seen from the back side of the hill from the townhouses in Lake Ridge. So it's the old Positano project that was to be built up and over the hillside, multi-story. It brought enough people out that the meeting at a NAB level was moved to the convention center.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
You're
I think
welcome.
that was it.
Yep, I think that I would agree.
And I had everybody I was chairman that night, I had everybody from U.S. senators on down to citizens in that meeting wanting to speak. I remember it well.
Additional questions? Additional reminiscent, too. I'm good if you want to go there. No. Discussion? Or a motion?
Commissioner Marshall, are you done discussing your hillside concerns?
I think there was, I don't find the argument that the hillside, particularly the development of the units above the building, the hillside units versus the meadow units, that should be exempted from hillside development. I just think that the rationale for hillside development is broader, in my opinion, than that was addressed in the memo attachment A. And but for the most part, those things still apply, regardless of whether, you know, a little bit of the hillside has been, you know, the natural grade has been amended somehow. I think they're still relevant, and I don't think we should get into the business of whether or not, even, you know, the slope is still steep and it's still a hillside. And how are we going to say that, okay, this was 10% left, and the next person comes in and says, well, this has been degraded by, you know, 30%, therefore, I think that's sorry for the bad pun, but a slippery slope to determine whether or not hillside development standards should not apply, particularly when, just at least from my review of the minutes, it looked like that the representation of that hillside standards would apply was part of the understanding of at least the city council in terms of approving the MF21 zoning. So I think there's some issues there, and that then allows additional height. But it's interesting that John's opinion is that there's the application of the hillside development wouldn't result in a lower height. So I'm a little perplexed by that one. But I don't think we should, but, you know, my feeling is that they should still apply. I have significant issues regarding the scenic impact. We don't have any sort of impact as traveling south, and I know that's obviously a number of us bike regularly on that route, and a lot of people do. And whether or not that constitutes a significant presence on the hillside. I'm very appreciative of, this was not the Positano development, so that's good. And I remember when that office building went in, and it was a significant difference, but all infill is. So, and this is, you know, to some degree, this is infill, which is what we want. Anyway, my thoughts.
Thank you, Commissioner. Additional comments?
Mr. Gower, I'll just chime in and echo that I think it's a good, from my perspective, a good adaptation of the site in terms of the density. I think it is, you know, an infill project with the existing infrastructure there. It's adjacent to McCarran. While the ingress-egress might not be perfect, based on the number of trips that we're looking at with 39 units, it's not a, you know, a very major impact. Hopefully people aren't going to be cutting me off trying to get out of there while I'm trying to make my left turn. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm ready to make a motion.
Please.
For the tentative map, based upon compliance with the applicable findings, I move to approve the tentative map, and I'll include the special use permit for the single-family attached townhomes, the disturbance of the major drainage way, and allowing for cuts greater than 20 feet in height and fills greater than 10 feet in depth. And I can make all the findings with the conditions.
Thank you, Commissioner Gower.
Commissioner Griffith, I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Any additional discussion?
Yes. There was no mention in the motion about the variance.
We're doing that as a separate
Oh,
motion.
yeah, that's right. Thanks.
Additional comments? Motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
Okay, that's 6 votes in favor and 1 vote opposed from Commissioner Marshall. And now I'm looking for a motion on the variance.
Mr. Chairman, I can make that motion too if you'd like.
Please.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Gower.
Based upon compliance with the applicable findings, I move to approve a variance for a front yard setback requirement to be reduced by 5 feet, based upon the strict application of the 30-foot setback. In this case, it doesn't make sense to me. With the conditions applied, I can make all the findings.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Griffith, I'll second. I can make all the findings.
We have a motion and a second. Additional discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Okay, I have 5 in favor and 2 votes opposed from Commissioner Hawkins and Commissioner Marshall. Okay, motion carries. Moving on to our next project, case number LDC 19-00003, Quick Quack Car Wash, and I will start with Commissioner Griffith.
Commissioner Griffith, for the record, in case LDC 19-0003, I will be recusing myself from this item as I am an employee of Reno Engineering Corporation, and this is a client of ours.
You thought I'd forget. All right, we'll start out with a presentation from the applicant's representative.
Good evening, Chair, Commissioners. My name is Mark McElvain with CRM Architects. Here on behalf of Quick Quack Car Wash to bring you our project. We're here to ask that approval for a special use permit to allow 3597 square foot car wash adjacent to a residential zone, and also for the cuts in excess of 20 feet in depth and fills in excess of 10 feet in height. I just wanted to give a little project summary of where we're at. We are located right here at these two vacant parcels. This is Lemon Drive. This is 395. This is the Walmart. And I believe this is the Smith Shopping Center. The main focus of our project will be located within this area, with each parcel being 4.60 acres. Parcel number 18 and 17. We are trying to develop this area, which I'll show to you in a little bit. Right now we have a drainage from natural for both the site and the freeway that ends up crossing parcel C and heads down south Sky Vista Parkway. As you can see from this photo, this is actually looking southwest. This is parcel C17. And I'm standing up above the Walmart so you can get a good idea. Over here to the left, you can see the natural floodway. This is parcel C. You can see the little area where we have to fill more than 10 feet, just a little bit of area. Right here, you can see the entrance to the site that will be coordinated with the city of Reno, traffic engineers to provide relocations of the traffic signals as required. We're going to propose a 3-lane, 1 entrance, 2 exit out of this area to line up with the Walmart across the street. The median will be reduced to allow a left turn lane into our project. This is the overall site that you can see. This would be parcel D that will be left alone except for a bioretention area to keep the water flowing from this site onto the Quick Quack development. We have also provided other bioretention areas to prevent the water from the freeway and the rest of the parcel C to go into here. As you can see, as part of a close-up of a parcel of our site, you have an entrance, the ability to come to 2 stacking lanes, meet the attendant here, entrance, you would come back around to the building and exit out this way. You have the opportunity to either leave and go back out the main drive or to use the vacuum stalls that are provided to the clients. There is usually 2 employees on time or at a time. Sometimes there are 3 if they're needed. They have 16 to 20 employees as on their staff. They're open from 7 a.m. in the morning till 9 p.m. at night, usually in the summer, and then in the wintertime, they usually close it down at 7. As far as landscaping, there is no, let me go back up a little bit. There is no retail at this car wash. It's an express car wash. So you have, the goal is to get them in and out in about 2 to 3 minutes by the time they start the car wash to the time they get out. No retails. Landscaping, we have provided a 12-foot setback along Sky Vista Road, various sizes of trees that will meet the City of Reno requirements. This is the cut and fill for the earthwork. As you can see, the bioretention areas along the property line, and the fill, which this area right here is where we will exceed the 10 feet. These are the elevations for the car wash. It's normally used as CMU with stucco, being a car wash filled with water. This is the best product. We add a water repellent to help protect the CMU. Down below is a wainscot of a split face CMU with a hone/polished CMU above. Okay. And I do have a set of engineers here to help you with any questions for the hydrology or anything else you have questions.
Okay, great. We'll get a presentation from staff, and then we'll call you back up with any questions. Kyle, have you been just hanging out for a while waiting for us? Welcome.
It's been a long wait. Thank you, Chairman Johnson, Commissioners. Kyle Chisholm, Assistant Planner for the record. I will be as brief as possible in lieu of the time that we went through tonight. Good ortho view of the site. The applicant's representative gave a good indication of where this is located. The SUP request is for a project that's located, a non-residential project located adjacent to residentially zoned property, and fills that exceed 10 feet in depth or in height. The car wash use is allowed by right in the AC zone. View a picture of the current zoning surrounding the area. As you can see, I need a pointer or something. This is the residentially zoned property. It's located in Washoe County. It's located across 395 to the south. And then you see a small sliver that is adjacent to the site here. That's located in the Vista Hills PUD. And that particular area has a residential designation within the PUD, so it is residential. I did note in the staff report that a good portion of this PUD all the way up to, you can see Vista Knoll Parkway. It's not very easy to see there in that picture, but it's that yellow line. That portion all the way along that roadway is all slope easement all the way up through that PUD, so the nearest residential in that PUD would be about plus or minus 900 feet away from the site. To some of the staff concerns related to the project was in relation to the residential adjacency was the noise that the vacuum cleaners, the multiple vacuum cleaners and the blowers from the car wash might have an impact on the residential. The applicant worked with us, completed a noise study or acoustical study. They actually ended up moving the building back a little bit to accommodate and have been able to demonstrate that the noise levels will not exceed the code allowed maximums. Here's a site plan view, shows the general layout of the site as the applicant's representative mentioned. They're proposing a fourth leg to the Vista Knolls Sky Vista intersection, which you can see here, it's in the dark gray color. There's a single lane turning in, right turn in, as well as two lanes exiting out of the site. The traffic report that was provided with the application indicated that a right turn decel lane coming eastbound on Sky Vista, as well as a turn lane coming westbound on Sky Vista would mitigate the traffic impacts associated with this project. Prettier view landscape plan shows the proposed landscaping as well as the proposed retention areas. The drainage report that was provided does adequately mitigate the drainage situation to city code. And let's see. To provide access from Sky Vista and also to accommodate their building location, they have a couple small areas on the north end of the site here that require fills over 10 feet. It's a very small area that's going over 10 feet, and staff was able to make the findings of the grading, the specific grading findings to accommodate for that. Excuse me, losing my voice. Finally, after hearing upstairs what was going on all night, I kind of drafted a modified condition to address the drainage situation. This is similar to this is what the language was put in for Sienna's project that you heard earlier tonight, and as well as Heather's. The Makita and the North Valley's mixed development, I think it's called. But you'll see I highlighted the language that was added there. So I would recommend this as a modified condition number 8 to be consistent with the other projects that we've heard tonight, as well as to address those maintenance issues that were discussed throughout the night. I'll leave that up there so you can look at it. With that said, this project did not go to the Ward 4 NAB. It was canceled due to inclement weather. Staff was able to make all the applicable general findings and the specific findings for grading for this project, and recommends with the recommended conditions that the Planning Commission approve the project. And I'm here with any questions.
Okay, thank you, Kyle. Before we open it up for public comment, I'll ask commissioners for disclosure, starting with Commissioner Weisky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I visited the site.
Commissioner Hawkins visited the site.
Commissioner Gower, no disclosures.
Commissioner Johnson, I visited the site.
Commissioner Marshall, no disclosures.
Commissioner Olivas, I visited the site.
Yeah. Thank you. Michelle, do we have any requests to speak forms on this item?
Not on this
Is
item.
there anyone in the audience wishing to make a public comment on this item? Okay, we'll close public comment, bring it back to the commission for questions. Commissioner Marshall?
Thanks, Mr. Chair.
I said
Commissioner-
Marshall, but Hawkins will work too. Sorry.
Yours is messed up too. Go ahead.
He's not
I'll be
feeling
brief.
so well. Should we give him a break and let him go first?
I'll be brief.
Okay, Commissioner Marshall.
Can you put up that, the cut and fill? And it's just, I was trying to, and you may need to switch to the site plan with the retention basins, but there was, the fill is a drainage way. I assume it's not a major drainage way, but it's a drainage way, and then the applicant's representative said, you know, drains off the freeway and then it goes off. I don't know if that would be north or northwest once it leaves the property. So all that is now being retained on site and none of it is going to be coming off the site?
That is correct. It is a drain. It is a somewhat of a drainage way. It's not a drainage way identified in the hydrology report. It doesn't drain over 100 acres. It doesn't. It's kind of a weird. It's a weird little pocket in the site. It just basically currently retains the water on the site. It doesn't really drain anywhere. It's a very odd thing, and the applicant's engineer might be able to address.
So in essence, what you're doing is you're replacing that retention, whatever it is, with the two more formal retention ponds.
Pretty much, yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hawkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Go with staff on this one. The only place for the residential adjacency is that little sliver that you showed us, about the size of a pencil line?
No. So there is residential zoning in the county located about 400 feet from the building. Sorry, my fat finger. It's right directly across the freeway.
So do we have to go through the Washoe County to get this approved? Or because it's in the sphere of influence, we don't have to worry about that?
No, we don't. No, we don't need to.
And you indicated, or the applicant indicated, that he's going to put in a third lane and move the stoplight?
Correct.
You know, you got a Walmart stoplight there, and it's packed all the time. You've got one lane coming down from Smith's, one lane coming down for Walmart. There isn't room to put anything else, huh? Oh. So Kyle, it's, if we're doing a residential adjacency and you still have Washoe County has a piece of property there, my thinking was that we need to go through them to get an approval like we've done before.
Well, we do notice the residents, and we do send the projects to the county for comment, but it's our jurisdiction. They don't formally have to approve the project.
I can jump in here really quick. Claudia Hanson, Planning Manager. If we are doing an amendment to the joint corridor plan, the Reno STID plan, then it has to go through the county. I think that's what you're thinking about. This is just the special use permit process.
Last question, Kyle. If we're going to be putting in a third lane there, where are we going to grab that extra asphalt? Is it coming off of their property in the front? Because there's no room for you to come down Sky Vista down to Walmart and going into Sky Vista. That's 2 lanes, and it changes to 1 lane right at the bus stop there, okay? I live out there, I know. When I saw this package, I thought, oh, we're going to take a look at this. But now I'm not quite so sure, so.
Yeah, I would defer to if you don't mind, to the traffic engineer for the project.
That's fine.
Commissioner Hawkins, maybe this exhibit will help you. This is the Walmart side. It's the north side of the intersection. And we're not proposing to make any changes there other than to add a through arrow to go south to the other side of Sky Vista Parkway where the car wash is. So the car wash will have 2 outbound lanes, 1 inbound lane, a new right turn lane, and a new left turn lane coming in as well. So this left turn lane will function at the same time as the southbound lane out of the Walmart side. So we're using that signal efficiency. We're not adding new phases. We're simply adding more movements within those same phases. So that if the capacity is still there and we're adding lanes to make all those movements.
Yeah, okay.
Commissioners, additional questions? Or comments? Or motion?
Mr. Chairman, I'm ready to make a motion.
Commissioner Gower, I'm ready to hear a motion.
In the case of LDC 19-00003, Quick Quack Car Wash, based upon compliance with the applicable findings, I move to approve the special use permit subject to conditions, and I can make all of the findings.
Commissioner Weisky, I will consider making that second if you will consider making the modification to condition number 8 that was proposed.
Thank you. With the modification to condition number 8 to add the stormwater condition language.
Thank you. Commissioner Weisky, I'll second that.
Okay. I have a motion and a second. Additional discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Good luck with your project. I'm just pushing through. Next item on the agenda. You sure? Okay. All right, I'm going to take, Derek, I know you're up next. I'm going to take an 8-minute break and have us come back at 10:45, just enough to get to the restroom. The request of my impatient commissioners, I'm going to call this back to order. Move on to the next item on our agenda, case number LDC 19-00035, the Reno Cyclery Master Plan and Zoning Map Amendment. Start with the presentation from the applicant.
Good evening, Derek Wilson with Rubicon Design Group on behalf of the applicant. This is a master plan amendment and zone change, but obviously the project already has a name. We have goals for the site. We have a worked out design in place for the site. So I will give some of the project details of what we plan to construct, but obviously we're going to focus on the mapping issue tonight. So we had a neighborhood meeting. This project went to the NAB, and then we had an additional neighborhood meeting. And I felt we had a productive exchange at that meeting. It's a motivated neighborhood. They're interested in area trails and recreation. And frankly, I think it's a group we can work with, and I think we can enhance the neighborhood. So that green hatched area is the project site. The neighborhood, I think, was a little energized at first because they envisioned us taking that entire, the blue outlined area, which is publicly owned open space owned by the city of Reno. I think they envisioned that we were going to occupy that entire site. When I explained that that's not our property, I think some of that concern went away. And we focused on what we're going to actually achieve there. That's just a closer look at the site. I think people know where it is. It's a vacant site a little west of the Keystone-McCarran interchange. It's worth noting there's been previous projects approved on this site in the past. It's zoned for multifamily right now, so it's fairly intensively zoned now, and there have been fairly dense, at least one project approved in the past on this site. So the ultimate purpose is to construct a mixed-use retail and office site. The centerpiece will be 9,800 square foot bike shop. The owner of the property is a guy named Jared Smith. He lives in Las Vegas. He has a similar business down there where he runs adventure tours and bike shops. So it's been a successful business model. He wants to replicate that here. He's very attracted to the Northern Nevada outdoor environment. The current master plan designation, multifamily neighborhood. This, I think, was largely a carryover from the old master plan, and in my opinion, the site maybe didn't get the scrutiny that I wish it had when the new master plan was put in place. So that multifamily neighborhood was essentially a carryover from the old plan. I think that there's some logic there. It could work. But that site adjacent to a major arterial is also well suited to a variety of uses, including commercial uses, office uses. It just makes planning sense to locate commercial uses there. I'm going to skip ahead a little bit, but as far as making the master plan findings, I'd say the biggest change to the area has been the new master plan, which strongly encourages mixed-use development, infill, bringing a variety of uses and designs to a site. So that multifamily neighborhood designation doesn't promote that as heavily as the current master plan seeks to do, in my opinion. So our goal of changing it to suburban mixed use, I think, better promotes the goals of the current master plan, and at the same time is the biggest change to the area. That change over the new master plan strongly supports this sort of designation on this piece of property. It's an infill site. It's located inside the McCarran Ring. I'd say repeated references in the new master plan to those priorities. That's the current zoning, MF21. As I said, it's intensively zoned now, so you could get 127 apartment units on there now as a theoretical density. Proposed zoning, community commercial. That gives us a better mix of potential uses. It's important to note it still allows for residential development. So the project proposes to install commercial space as well as some second floor living space. You'll notice at the southwest corner of the site, we included an open space area. Obviously, that's also repeated in the master plan request as well. That's a steep section of the site. And working with city staff, we decided it made sense to carve that out now and just identify it as open space. Luckily, we're not proposing to intensively occupy the site with buildings and parking, so we have plenty of space left over to do this. And we're just going to leave that alone. That further protects that area. And in fact, that's our closest point to existing residential development, so a further protection of that neighborhood. Zoning context. You can see the site up there towards the top middle. In my opinion, it's basic planning practice to put commercial zoning along a major arterial. So this change is not unique. It's not an outlier. There are frequently intense zones, more intense than what we're requesting. For example, AC zoning along a major arterial, as well as adjacent to residential. You can see down at the lower left of that chart, there's a big zone of AC that backs up to existing residential. So these zoning interactions are compatible and can work no problem with proper design. In our case, it's important to note that our site, the community commercial there, is in fact well buffered from any existing residential development. So there's residential development on all sides around the project, but we're not directly adjacent to any existing houses. Our closest approach is 150 feet at the southern property boundary. However, the ultimate development of the site will be towards the northern end, so that southern end will remain largely unoccupied with buildings. So that gives us an even further buffer from existing residential. Yeah, so this is the site plan we're working on. As I said, this plan is fairly stable. There's likely going to be some amendments. We're probably going to reduce the southern part of this is rotated 90 degrees, so north is to the right. The southern part of that plan, we're showing some outdoor bike trails. That'll be reduced a little bit to reduce some of the grading. And frankly, that was an architect getting excited about drawing a pretty picture. So that's going to be.
Hey now.
Yeah. I didn't say it happens all the time.
It's
just
late.
all the
Sorry,
projects I
I'm
work
just-
on. That will be cut back. We're going to try to minimize some of that grading. And then the driveway locations, that's still subject to interaction with NDOT. If people want to talk about the site plan, that's great, but I'm here tonight to talk about the map. And that's an example of the architecture that's being planned. Again, that's the big picture there is the bike shop building, and then there'll be similar buildings, smaller buildings that have office retail on the first floor, apartments above. As I said, we had a productive exchange with the neighborhood. Most of their issues and concerns were about us taking away their open space. We don't have the power to do that. That's city space. But then additionally, there's interest in asking us or working with the applicant on what can we do to maintain access to that space and what can we do to enhance that. So it's a retail site. The owner is certainly going to want people accessing his site. So we're happy to work with neighbors and with the city on getting pedestrian easements onto the site, on getting bike trails onto the site. I mean, it's a bike shop. We're not going to argue with people wanting to maintain their bike access to our site and to Peavine Peak across the road. Additionally, interaction between our site and the city open space for dog walkers and such. Heather Manzo and I had a brief exchange with Jeff Mann. There are no city plans to institute active recreation on that site. To them, it's not a developed park site. We're not opposed to making trail connections, but there's our city priorities that get linked with that. So we're certainly willing to work on that, and we will work with the neighborhood on that. But can I promise that will facilitate a city trail network in there? No, we can't, but we're certainly open to working on that. So I will yield to Heather and be happy to elaborate as needed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Derek. We'll call you back up with any questions. And don't worry, there's nothing you said about architects that my own commission hasn't said far worse, so you're good.
Good evening again, Heather Manzo, Associate Planner for the record. The applicant did a great job of outlining their request this evening. I did want to note that through the coordination process with the applicant, there are some development constrained areas on that southwest portion of the site that's identified in red on the slope map. And those, through a revised application, have been identified for designated open space. And I did want to note some of the comments that I've received from residents and from members of the community is that the request for a map change from MF21 to CC appears to be a significant increase in intensification of the site. And so really the staff report outlined some areas where that may not necessarily be the case. As far as infrastructure and provision of services and things of that nature, the numbers look very similar today. And that might look a little different with the future proposal, but that's not before us this evening. So from a map amendment perspective, it did appear that the request was consistent with that of the existing land use and zoning designation of the land. I did want to note that with this request to CC zoning on a large portion of this property, any non-residential development will require a special use permit, which would come back before the Planning Commission should the map amendment be approved. Additionally, any grading on the property will likely trigger cuts and fills SUP due to the existing topography of the land. This entire site is hillside development. The average slope of the property is 17, almost 18%. And so ultimately, at the end of the day, with existing mapping and with proposed mapping, it's very likely that a special use permit will come forward. And concerns that had been provided to me from some of the public comments, and I do believe maybe some emails had been forwarded to the Planning Commission with this regard. Concerns have been identified for a potential over-intensification of the site with the proposed CC zoning. A noted loss of trails that exist currently on the site, a need for further evaluation of development to ensure that future development is appropriate and compatible with surrounding neighborhoods. And so with that in mind, we did take into evaluation on this request service provision, traffic, infrastructure, and the potential for a comparison of existing allowed uses under the existing zoning as well as proposed uses that would be allowed within the CC zone. With that concludes my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have. Staff was able to make all the considerations for the master plan amendment and the findings for the zoning map amendment, and is recommending that the Planning Commission recommend approval to City Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Before I have public comment on this item, I'll ask commissioners for disclosure, starting with Commissioner Olivas.
Commissioner Olivas, I visited the site.
Commissioner Marshall, no disclosures.
Commissioner Griffith, I received an email.
Commissioner Johnson, I visited the site and received the emails.
Commissioner Gower received and read the emails.
Commissioner Hawkins visited the site, received one email.
Commissioner Weisky, as did I.
Okay, I have several requests to speak forms on this item. Hopefully some of you are still here. Starting with Paul Gerard.
My name is Paul Gerard, Ward 5 resident, ex-mountain biker due to multiple lumbar injuries. I have some questions I have questions and comments, and I'm hoping you guys will consider when going forward on this idea. For starters, mountain biking is clearly the focus of this project. Peavine Mountain is directly across the street. That means, in my opinion, that Peavine Mountain will be getting used a lot more. My question to the applicant, who's not here today, are you going to be putting any kind of economic or labor back into maintaining that mountain? Especially to the biggest little trail stewards, who used to be called the podunks, who pretty much have maintained that mountain and built the trail network that's currently there and are currently maintaining the trail network that's up there. They're doing the vast majority of the work. So I would hope that this project contributes to that club. If Peavine is going to be used, and judging from the website of the proposed, or from the applicant, there's going to have to be some sort of shuttle service. That requires multiple vehicles such as vans. I would like to know if there's going to be a drop-off pickup area and how many, because that definitely impacts our ozone. Will this proposed area have any outdoor music via a speaker system or potentially live music? As somebody, as I said, I'm an ex-mountain biker. I've been to many mountain bike festivals that are usually long weekends, and specifically Mountain Bike Oregon. And I must say they're extremely fun, but they are loud, they are rowdy, and there's usually alcohol involved. So would like to know if this is something going forward. Is this flow park, what they call the flow park, is this flow park going to have to use city water to be continually maintained? I'd also like to know how many cars this flow park will be able to accommodate. And I'm very concerned with the current speeds of McCarran and the ingress and egress of vehicles in and out. Last but not least, I'd like to know if this is going to be a fenced property, which makes it private. Is it going to have access to families who want to use it? And will this access not use McCarran? Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Terrence Barker, who wished to make a statement but is not here. It says, in favor, I request that the developer provide access through the property from the Van Ness and Severn neighborhoods to McCarran. I would also like to suggest that the city make improvements, trails in the West Wash Dam open space to accommodate both bicycles and walkers and hikers. Next is Lisa Hill. So she wished to make a statement in favor with modifications and requests, multi-user road safety, public access right-of-way, Peavine Wash forecasting. See back for detailed requests. Wow, gotta read that. Okay. Multiple users cross McCarran in this area, walkers, hikers, bikers, cars. One development in this area has made it more hazardous. Request NDOT and city work together to improve multi-user safety in Keystone McCarran area. 2, study use of meaningful times of the week to get a realistic idea of problem. Ad hoc trails exist through the property, hiking retention dam with Keystone Canyon and Rancho San Rafael. Request City Parks and Rec work with developer to retain public trail right-of-way bordering property. Large cut and fills, additional soil disturbance and a major Peavine runoff. Large apartment complex in this development, risk for hazard. Do forecasting models, count for climate change. Request using climate change forecast to evaluate civil engineering standards. Leah Sanders. Okay, good, because you checked you did not, so I was going to totally cut you off, but please do. And give it more emphasis than I did on the last one. I kind of read that in a real staccato
That's
voice.
okay.
So.
I'm Leah Sanders, and what I wrote still goes in the record for what I wrote. But I was unable to attend the local meeting, so I came here to kind of find out what was going on. And I have a real concern on the traffic. McCarran's a ring road, So it's not designed, it was originally designed not to have a gazillion stops. And so along that route, probably 50 to 60 miles an hour. And then you have them putting a right turn only out of Keystone, and many people disobey that and go left anyway. So you're going to have now bikers and bikes trying to cross McCarran at full speed. I mean, those cars come through there. They're not slowing down very much. And then cross to go up on Peavine Mountain. So that's one concern. The other concern is, I don't know about the rezoning. It makes me a little nervous because I just sat through all these SUPs from zoning, and so I don't live right next door to it, but it could affect people, as the prior gentleman said, with noise. I don't know what it will do to the open space that's already there that the city owns but doesn't really maintain, if it becomes just a thread of all these bike trails, because we now have a bike shop. Anyway, those are my concerns. Wind power, noise, but mostly it's the road and the impact to the wider community of a lot more bikers coming through, because Rancho San Rafael is just down the road, and that will receive some of this impact. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Patrick Dolan.
Good evening. I am Patrick Dolan.
Move the microphone over.
I am Patrick Dolan. I am a resident of the area, and I am the 150 feet that Derek was speaking about. This is my home right here. I attended the neighborhood meeting that Derek did his presentation at 2 weeks ago, and I think that Derek did a really good job of making his presentation, contextualized around the point that seemed to be that your choices are, we can do MF21, which is going to be 120 plus units, or we can have this little bike shop development. And I think that kind of did sway some people, including me. But I went back and I thought about the due diligence that I had done when I purchased my property originally. I knew that there was a potential on this property for development of multifamily homes. And when I looked at the topography, when I looked at the building codes, when I talked to my realtor, it seemed as though that if something was built, it was going to be relatively modest, and I was willing to accept that. 7 years later, I'm not excited about a commercial development going into my backyard. I can tell you that, yes, I have operated bike parks before. I have operated bike shops before. There will be music, there will be loudspeakers, there will be dust, and the quiet enjoyment of my property will be unattainable. My neighbors will not be able to enjoy quiet enjoyment on their properties. It just will not exist. Is this the highest and best use of this land? Within a 2-mile radius, there's plenty of opportunities for eateries, for coffee shops, for bike shops. In fact, 2 bike shops have failed within a 1.7-mile distance of this property in the last 7 years since I've lived here. I'm going to make the argument that we don't need another bike shop, we don't need another coffee shop. I talked to Scott Fisher, or I corresponded with Scott Fisher, Jared Fisher, excuse me. Eateries, coffee shops, he's got this vision of what he wants it to be. He wants to duplicate some things he's done in other states, other areas. I've got too many choices of coffee shops right now. It seems to me that we all know that we're facing a housing crisis in Reno right now. What we need are homes. We don't need more commercial development in these areas. And I'll just ask you to consider that. I think the points that people have already made about the traffic on McCarran, about the flood zone and the drainage in this area are well-founded. I encourage you folks to not rezone this area. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any additional requests to speak forms on this item? Anyone wishing to make a statement on this item? You've already made your 3 minutes, sorry. Okay, I'm going to bring it back to close public comment, bring it back to the commission for questions. Comments? Commissioner Marshall.
Heather? I had, and they're two kind of related. We're talking here just about the master planning and the zone change, not the particular project. So, we're shifting from MF to SMU and then going from MF 21 to community commercial. So we're losing a not insignificant amount of acreage for multifamily. And in fact, our next item also, I think, is a conversion of multifamily to something else. And this is also inside, would be infill, if we consider inside the McCarran Ring to be infill. And given the last speaker's point about our housing needs, do we have any sort of analysis that says we've got enough MF 21, we have enough high density zoning, that, and that's the kind of housing that we're missing, that we're trying to promote? I guess I worry a bit about the loss of this acreage for MF 21. And did we do any analysis or looking at the adequacy of our supply, particularly within the McCarran Ring for this kind of infill project?
Thank you for bringing it up because I forgot to cover it in my presentation. Heather Manzo, Associate Planner for the record. So as far as residential uses go, multifamily allows for a variety of residential uses. MF 21 allows for those uses that include single-family detached, single-family attached, and multifamily, along with some other types of residential uses. The only use that is not allowed within the CC zone from a residential perspective of the ones that I just mentioned is single-family detached. So with the CC designation, multifamily development can still be developed with the same entitlement requirements that MF 21 would require, and single-family attached could also be developed on this site. With the CC zone, the limitations for density would be very similar to MF 21 due to the hillside development standards that we would apply to the site. And so not only are the residential uses that would be allowed today, could those still continue on with the CC zoning, but there is the ability to provide that flexibility for uses to encourage a mixed use or added commercial project within this area.
I appreciate that, but by allowing a significantly expanded range of uses, we are shifting away from the primary focus of residential to community commercial. And so as I think evidenced by this project here, that the potentially the commercial viability is taking precedence over the residential need. But I think we've I get your point on that. My next question really is, why CC instead of NC? We have this is smack in the middle of a neighborhood. Yes, we have McCarran on one side, but it's all surrounded by basically residential. Why not? And I know this applicant needs CC to do his project, but we're really here deciding what's the most appropriate zoning use for this particular area, not to satisfy the need of a particular applicant for a special use permit. But it seems like neighborhood commercial is a little more appropriate than community commercial for something that's basically surrounded either by open space or residential. Could you talk maybe a little bit about the
I'll touch on it briefly and then I'll turn it over to the applicant to further discuss. And so on the applicant's presentation materials, and I don't have something that goes out that far, but there's another commercially zoned property to the northeast of this site that's also identified as suburban mixed-use master plan with a commercial zoning designation on that. As far as locational criteria for the CC zone itself, being that it's located on a major arterial, CC would be an appropriate designation for that location. As far as the applicant's choices as to their request, I'd like to turn it over to them to answer that question.
Before you do that, could I just, I mean, for me, I just kind of quickly went through the lists, and it looked like, so you can have, the major differences between CC and NC, I mean, there's some that are special use permit versus allowed as of right, like a gas station, for example. So if we had another Mavericks, they can go in there under CC, right?
With a special use permit. So any non-residential development is going to require a special use permit at this location.
Under CC.
There are a lot of uses that require a special use permit under CC, but all non-residential development, because it's adjacent to residential zone property, will require an SUP.
So it looked like the other things were motel, bus terminal, food processing, helipad, marijuana retail, marijuana testing. So all those with special use permits
I
would be
would
allowed
note that
under.
most of the ones that you just mentioned wouldn't be appropriate to the site due to the size of the site as well as topography. But those are uses that are listed in the CC zone if we were looking at a different site. And yes, it's possible that you could see a proposal come in for something to that effect, but I wouldn't anticipate it.
So we, in some senses, we can modify this list because of the site characteristics and what you're.
The site characteristics and the requirement for a special use permit that would come before Planning Commission, yes.
Thank you. So I'd like to hear from the applicant on.
Sure. Derek Wilson. First, Heather makes a good point. We can't do anything on the site without a special use permit. We have residential adjacency. So any commercial development at all is going to be back here in front of you. The other point I would make is that I think that I think that CC is in fact compatible with a site that fronts on one of the biggest streets in the area. In fact, the exhibit I showed in my presentation it shows that there's quite a bit of red zoning along McCarran frontage. In fact, some of it's more intense than what we're requesting. So I would say that a CC zone along McCarran is entirely appropriate. It's well buffered from other it's more buffered from residential neighborhoods than a lot of the existing stuff that's built on the ground now. So I think it can easily work. I think that we'll be held to a high standard when we come back here with a special use permit. So I think that the public is well protected in that case. And I hope that answers your question.
But with community commercial, are you, or is this site in particular accessible off of McCarran, or are you be coming off of, Keystone?
Yeah, no. One of the I'd say features of this site is that it can only be accessed off McCarran, so we won't be routing any traffic through neighborhoods. It would be, effectively impossible for us to do it without an easement from the city of Reno.
And while you're up there, would you mind addressing some of the comments of particularly knowing the future use? Although we shouldn't be considering it exactly, but in terms of the actual intensification of use across McCarran and access of the trails off of the Keystone Canyon.
As far as Mr. Gerard's comment, this is a bike shop business. It would be difficult for him to succeed without making some connections with the local mountain bike community. So I would expect that outreach and interaction with the existing mountain bike community is going to be a big part of his business plan. That's a discussion that I'm just initiating now with the owner, but that will be something we'll cover with the special use permit. But absolutely, maintaining trails, I think that's something he's already familiar with. Mr. Dolan's comment. I'd like to clarify that I don't make threats to people. I was having a land use
Mr.
discussion.
Chairman,
I wasn't
a point of
asking for
order.
the
I mean, we're getting a little off of what we're looking at here for a map. It's a change as a request to a CC, and that's it. When we get the rest of this project, we can do it. We've still got one more project to hear. It's 11:20. I think we should stay tight on what we're talking about.
Okay, additional questions? Commissioner Hawkins?
Just have a couple. Is it right in, right out?
Discussions with NDOT.
Oh,
are-
on a
Commissioner
map, never
Hawkins,
mind.
Yeah, tentative map.
Sir.
Okay. Discussion? Or motion? Commissioner Weisky?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the case of LDC 19-00035, Reno Cyclery Master Plan and Zoning Map Amendments, I move to adopt the master plan amendments by resolution and recommend City Council approve the master plan amendment because it meets all applicable statutory and code requirements, subject to conformance review by the Regional Planning Agency.
Thank you. Commissioner Weisky, I have a motion, and this is for the master plan amendment first. We'll have a separate one for the zoning map. So I have a motion. Looking for a second.
Commissioner Griffith, for the record, I will second that motion for the zoning map amendment.
Nope, this is master plan.
Master plans.
Okay, I have a motion and a second for the master plan amendment. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Nay. Okay, 5 votes for, 6 votes for and 1 vote opposed from Commissioner Marshall. Looking for a motion on the zoning map amendment. Commissioner Weisky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Case of LDC 19-00035, Reno Cyclery zoning map amendment. Based upon the applicable findings, I move to approve the zoning map amendment. I can make all of the findings.
Just as a point of clarification, are we still making a recommendation to City Council for that approval?
Yes. Sorry.
Okay. Have a motion?
Commissioner Griffith, I will second that motion for the zoning map.
Have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Commissioner Johnson, I'll just point of discussion on this one. I think Commissioner Weisky stated it, and Heather as well. Based on this zoning change, there's nothing that won't come back before us on this. So a lot of the questions that were raised this evening will be discussed at that point, and looking at findings and whether or not we can actually make those based on an actual project. And I appreciate the applicant coming forward with what is anticipated, but certainly we need to look at that as a separate issue from this. So with that, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Nay. I have 6 votes favor and 1 vote opposed. Commissioner Marshall? Motion carries on to City Council for consideration. Move on to item 8.5, case number LDC 19-00033, Dickerson Road zone change.
Good evening,
Derek,
Derek
welcome
Wilson
back.
Thank you, Rubicon Design Group on behalf of the property owners. This is a zone change on several parcels on Dickerson Road. That's the project location, sort of the center of Dickerson Road, adjacent to the Truckee River. So current zoning, it's a mix of zoning right now. In fact, the whole area shows kind of a mixture of zoning. Excuse me. Along Dickerson Road, you have industrial, commercial along the north side. You've got a mix of multifamily zones. You've got community commercial. You've got neighborhood commercial. So it's quite a mix in there. Right now, the 3 parcels that are outlined, there are 2 separate owners of those 3 parcels. They're in fact here tonight. but they are longtime business operators business owners, operators on Dickerson Road, and they are seeking to kind of unify these parcels, bring an expanded list of uses to those parcels, and to have some cohesive zoning so that they can develop those parcels in a coordinated sort of way. And I'd like to point out that there is some concern, I think, from the neighborhood that this is going to be a kind of a massive or intense project. The reason I pointed out that the owners are familiar with and in fact live on Dickerson Road, they don't want to see the character change. They don't want to change the dynamic of the area. They want their businesses to develop in a sort of organic way, in a low intensity way. This is the existing master plan. It's suburban mixed use. That's the new master plan application. Obviously, mixed use designation encourages a mix of uses, and that's what we're trying to bring here. So we feel that this request is in conformance with the goals and policies of the master plan. So as I said, the purpose is to allow unified and coordinated development of those parcels. A lot of Dickerson Road is, I think we all appreciate Dickerson Road for what it is, but it was certainly not developed in a unified way. There are driveways everywhere, and there's sort of ad hoc parking. So unifying the zoning on these parcels will allow for a more coordinated stance. It can allow us to take a look at all the parcels together and how they operate and how the driveways function and things like that. There currently is a business on site. There's Sierra Water Gardens under city special event permits. They've been holding small weddings there. So assuming the zone change is approved, we would follow this up with a special use permit that would define what uses could happen on that site. The goal is not to create a loud party venue. The goal is to have a serene, outdoor, beautiful setting for boutique type events. That's a street front. That's a view of the street frontage of the parcels. As I said, you can see it's not developed in a coordinated way. There's Sierra Water Gardens is on the left of that image, and then right after that you have a metal building, basically an industrial building. The owner's vision for that is to be able to bring better retail into that, open up the front of that building to allow a retail look to it. Hopefully bring maybe some lofts, some apartment type living in there. Things that under the current zoning, he can't bring any of that retail use in there. And in fact, he's having trouble getting those tenant spaces filled. This is offsite. This is a little bit east of the project. The point of this exhibit is to show that these zoning interactions are fairly common. The request that we're making, the CC request, those zones are frequently placed adjacent to multifamily zoning. So this is moving east along Dickerson to get back to 2nd Street. You can see there's a mix of CC and in fact AC zoning adjacent to multifamily zoning, the same as we're requesting. This is another example. This is God, my eyes are gone. That's Kerman and Apple. That's, again, CC zoning adjacent to, in this case, multifamily, and then near to single-family zoning. So these zoning interactions, I think, can work well, primarily because there are other protections in the Reno Code that dictate what you can do there when you're adjacent to residential. I'll bring the site back up. So I'd say the important point to realize with the requested zone change is that we're not bringing any new zoning interactions to the area. There's already a CC parcel in that area. It's adjacent to MF21. In the after condition, we would just have an expanded area of CC adjacent to multifamily. So it's not a new interaction. It's expanding on what's an existing interaction already deemed appropriate by the city. Master Plan Policy 4.4E deals with density and intensity. This is from the new master plan. It encourages transition of low-intensity centers to mixed-use centers. That's exactly what we're trying to do. And that policy encourages and emphasizes revitalization strategies. Again, I think we can all agree that Dickerson Road has a certain charm, but at the same time, it would benefit from some revitalization, changing some of those building facades, getting some new tenants in there. I think it would improve the look of that area and make it more appealing. And also, the site's already intensively zoned. It's already zoned MF21, so we're bringing. Granted, it's another potentially intensive zone, but it's an area that's already deemed suitable for intensive development. Unfortunately, the current zoning doesn't fully support the mix of uses that the CC zone would. So that's my presentation, and I'm available as needed. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Derek. For a presentation from staff, Kyle. Good evening. Still good evening. It's not yet morning.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson and Commissioners. Kyle Chisholm, Assistant Planner for the record. Just want to show, so just following up on what Derek said in his presentation, he covered the request very well, so I'm not going to reiterate a lot of that stuff. The request is from MF21 to CC. You can see from this zoomed out map that there's a very eclectic mix of zoning in here. It's a very unique area, especially once you hit the start of Dickerson, which is located here. You can see just down a little further that where West 2nd Street starts, there is a variety of zoning districts down there, particularly arterial commercial, which is one of the higher intensity, in fact, more intense than the proposed CC zoning. Also on Dickerson, across Dickerson, the property owned by Union Pacific is all zoned industrial, so I'm sure many of you have been in the area or visited the site. There's a variety of commercial and industrial uses that line the street. That said, this site is adjacent to residentially zoned property, as the applicant's representative stated. It will require a special use permit for non-residential development on the parcels that are adjacent to residential. I would say the primary distinction, one of the biggest distinctions between NC and CC are, so they have one parcel that's zone CC. Not only the wider variety of allowed uses, but the fact that you don't have, that NC requires a horizontal mix of uses, so you have to build residential and commercial, essentially, whereas CC allows for but doesn't require a horizontal use of mixes, if that makes sense. So, so that's a big distinction, and I don't know what the applicant's ultimate desire is. Obviously, they anticipate wanting to do uses that are allowed in the CC. So staff was able to make all the applicable findings for the zoning map amendment. I do want to just state for the record that I forwarded some emails to the Planning Commission, also received several calls, and all of those were in general opposition of the request. And I am here for any questions or follow-up that you may have.
Thank you, Kyle. Before I open again up for public comment, I'll ask commissioners for disclosure, starting with Commissioner Weisky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I visited the site and received and read the emails.
Commissioner Hawkins, same.
Commissioner Gower received and read the emails.
Commissioner Johnson, I received and read the emails and visited the site.
Commissioner Griffith, for the record, I am very familiar with this site, and I received and read those emails.
Commissioner Levis, I visited the site and received the emails.
Okay. I have several requests to speak forms on this item, and so we will go through, and hopefully everybody's still here. So starting with Kari Galagon. And I'll just apologize to all of you for my pronunciation of your names. So
That's okay.
correct me once you get to the podium.
It's Carrie Galgon. Good evening. I am the owner of the Alma Estate, which is located at 1401 West 2nd Street. And I was before you guys 4 years ago. So I've been revitalizing that area for 4 years now, between River West Resort, the old Chisholm Trailer Park, and the old Chisholm House. So I just found out about this the other day. And what I read was that they want to open up an event center And I'm going, oh my God, I just got done building an event center right there, 900 feet from it. So do we really need another event center that close together on that small of an area? I don't know. I don't know much about the project. It just kind of has not really specific details. So I'm just questioning it. That's why I stayed here tonight, because I have put a lot of work into my event center and revitalizing that area right there. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Doug Whitening. I'm pretty sure I butchered that. Sorry about that. Doug.
I'm just going to speak briefly because we have other members that are more knowledgeable than I am. But I just want to, as the discussion went on tonight, and we talked about the difference between community commerce and neighborhood commerce, and we talked about McCarran Avenue and cars going 15 miles an hour and businesses that conform to that type of environment. We have a street where our speed limit's 25. We have a culture that's becoming very artsy. Actually, we have to compliment the applicants for that. They've done wonders for our neighborhood. But I think we want to keep it artsy and the change from community commerce from neighborhood commerce is something that would worry me. That means to me bigger businesses that attract people from other areas of the town, and we're a small neighborhood, so I'm just going to say that.
Next is John Fitzgerald.
Good evening. It's been a long one. I'd like to say also that Sutter and Sam Stremmel have done wonders for the neighborhood. I've been there for 10 years, and I've seen a lot of stuff that they've done, and that has to do with art, like Doug just said. And I'm worried. They're very vague on what they're going to do there, and it allows everything from marijuana stuff to to crematoriums and stuff like that. And I live in the Toscano River Townhomes. There's 12 units there, and it's 1940 to 2060, and we're right next door. And we absolutely loved it before, but they were only allowed to do 6 venues a year, I believe, or 6 types of venues. And at that point, they couldn't make a go of it, so they ended up making it a bed and breakfast. And shortly after they made it a bed and breakfast, we had half the Reno Police Department over at what used to be our next door neighbor had they made it a bed and breakfast, air bed and breakfast or something like that. And one night at 3 o'clock in the morning, we had shots fired. There was a big party over there. The Reno PD showed up, and it was it was pretty exciting for a while. The people wouldn't come out of the house, and we probably had 15 units there. And they decided not to go with the bed and breakfast after that because they weren't vetting the people that were renting the place very well. So now I feel sorry for them because, like I said, we all love the 2 people that we're talking about, and it's hard for me to sit up here and tell you I don't like their idea, because it's hard for me to disagree with them. They've done very well. They have a pottery shop across the street that's done really well. The gardens did what I thought was well, but apparently they didn't make enough money on it. So now they want to change the zoning, and I don't know. I don't like the idea of changing the zoning because of all the things that it allows, and we don't. Most of us don't agree. I know I'm the president of the association, and I know most of the the people in there are against it. And I believe Caroline Reynolds has a petition against it, and I'm not sure how many people that she has listed on it now or that have signed the petition, but we're not in favor of it at this point. Thank you very much.
Next is Caroline Reynolds.
Can we squish that down? That's it. Good. Thank you.
You need to speak into the microphone, though.
Caroline Reynolds. I'm a homeowner in the Dickerson neighborhood. This little red dot is the proposed rezoning area, 2.89 acres. And for orientation purposes, north, this is 4th Street, railroad tracks, industrial commercial zoned properties all the way from where Chisholm enters Dickerson Road, all the way along the north side of Dickerson Road to where Dickerson dead ends in the at the Oxbow Nature Study Area. There is no residential zoning north of Dickerson. It's all industrial commercial. That's where the pottery shop is. And it is charming, and there's some artsy things there. On the south side of Dickerson, it is primarily residential, and Dickerson divides industrial commercial from residential, as is specified by the code. It has to have a separation of either a street or something like a major drainage, and that Dickerson serves that purpose. This primarily residential area includes 487 residential units, apartments, condos, townhomes, and freestanding houses. But there are also some pockets of grandfathered in zoning. For instance, there's a small industrial commercial parcel down here that's south of Dickerson. There's a large neighborhood commercial parcel that's pretty much in the middle that has all the apartments on it right now. There are some warehousing along Dickerson Road on the south side, and there's this one community commercial zoned parcel right next to the subject property. That commercial, community commercial zoned property was grandfathered in. And grandfathered property should in no way justify that same type of zoning on another piece of property. Grandfathering is for pre-existing situations that were there before the zoning occurred, and not to rezone the same way. Besides which, community commercial is designed to draw from the city at large, from a large area. That's much opposed to neighborhood commercial, which is designed specifically for the neighborhoods. It allows for smaller, more benign little businesses that serve the neighborhood, and also it's designed, the neighborhood commercial zoning is designed to reduce the number and length of vehicle trips. We oppose the rezoning of this property to community commercial. Dickerson is a dead-end road. It's only one lane in, one lane out, and this is a narrow area bounded physically by railroad tracks.
Thank
the
you,
river,
Caroline.
and
3
the
minutes is up.
Oxbow
Thank you very
Nature
much.
Preserve.
But Kyle, did you notice the pointer? Okay, I'm just giving you a heads up on that. Next up is Kathleen Austin. Only because you mentioned it earlier when you were pointing.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, and Ms. Hanson, thank you for the opportunity to speak before you tonight. You've heard basically everything you need to know. We do love Sam and Sutter. They have done a lot for the community. Oh, by the way, my name is Kathleen Austin, and my husband and I own the Oxbow Cafe and Bistro down the road. The neighborhood has developed well over the last few years, and these projects that have gone in have cleaned up some of the some of the bad seeds of the area. And I'm really grateful for all the work that Sam and Sutter have done. However, I question this. This is not just their project. There's another person who just bought that big area who is involved in this as well. And the real issue is Dickerson Road is a 1.5-mile dead-end cul-de-sac. To put an event center here, which is in the plan, you have that before you, would create a lot of congestion in that opening area. We've seen it. We've seen it before. I think it's not a good idea for the neighborhood, actually. And that's all I have to say. Thanks.
John Kukulika? I'm sure, again, if he's not here, does not wish to make a statement, but is in opposition. Comments are, 12 years ago, I stood in front of the same commission requesting the same zoning, that 2.39 acres contiguous to my 3 acres, and my request was denied. Next is Chrysalin Kukulika, also does not wish to make a statement. I oppose the rezoning. There's no parking on Dickerson Road as it is. Keep zoning the way it is. And next is Sutter Stremmel.
Commissioners, Chairman, I admire your endurance as well as my Dickersonians. Thank you. My name is Sutter Stremmel. My wife Samantha and I have owned, we own one of the parcel requesting a zone rechange from neighborhood commercial to community commercial. We've owned that parcel for the last 9 years, and we also own and operate other businesses and commercial rentals on Dickerson Road, actually right across the street from Sierra Water Gardens, and the second parcel requesting a zone change. As a community, Dickerson has flourished, and it's grown very organically for the last decade, at least since I've been there. And my wife and I and the other applicant, John Cole, we are excited about the prospect and the opportunity for continued growth in a way that further enhances but doesn't change Dickerson Road for the community of Dickerson, as well as the community of Reno. We have a lot of people moving into town now, and from what I gather, there are 2 places that they like to come and visit in town. There's Midtown, and they come and visit Dickerson Road. So the traffic and the visitors seem to be there regardless. I'd also like to say, as enhancing it, we're enhancing it as much as the same way as other restaurants and event centers have done recently. But I think it's going to continue to be a quality area. I think it's an area, a street that you're going to be very proud of. As my wife always says, a rising tide lifts all ships. So this is good for the business owners, other business owners in the area, I believe. And other than that, I appreciate your support. Thank you.
Is anyone else wishing to make public comment on this item? Okay. State your name, and then when you're done, go ahead and fill out a form with Michelle.
My name's Nona Perry. I live at the very end of Dickerson Road, 3000 Dickerson Road. I also have the lease across the way at 3015 Dickerson Road. I'm 66 years old. I started coming to Dickerson Road when I was 6 to visit my grandparents. And I walked that road with my dad in the evening. Chisholm still had ice cream there. There wasn't much at all on the road. And I've watched it change and grow and change and grow. And I'm used to the trains. My mother passed away this last year, and now it's my property, but I still think of it as the family property. And the property that I live on now was zoned commercial. And a while back, I think it was around 2002, I was told I had to change and get out of commercial because everything was being rezoned. And it was going to go just to residential. And I said, wait a minute, you're taking away my commercial, straight commercial, and giving me residential. And we negotiated that it would be MF21, and it's been that ever since. Across the way is industrial, but it's also agricultural, so it's a little different than the just straight or industrial properties on the railroad side. I am for things happening on Dickerson Road. I think it has a lot of potential, but the traffic is absolutely insane. I now have right up against my fence line 90 condominiums. That's 180 cars. They don't slow down on Dickerson because they're not stopping to go to businesses. They go flying right down through. They stop and they turn right before me, right before the storage place. It's one of the few places left. That's call it 180 cars. And then you have all of the people that live in the apartments, all the people that live in the condos. They all drive cars. All families now have 2-3 cars. So the intensity of the traffic, this is right at the beginning of that street, but all those people need to get to the end. All of them. Dickerson Road has to be addressed. It can't be any more of this, just keep sort of adding this and that and this and that. We were told we couldn't have all these commercial things on our side of the road anymore. So why now? Is it all going to change again? Am I going to be able to say, oh, now I want to have something commercial? And other people out down the street? I think it really has to be thought of very, very deeply. And I have a big spot in my heart for Dickerson Road, and I love it, but it's getting to be uncomfortable. Dickerson Road is very uncomfortable now, and I'd like to see it get comfortable again. So thank you.
Thank you. Don't forget to stop by and see Michelle to fill out one of the orange forms, please. Anyone else wishing to speak? Okay, we'll close public comment, bring it back to the commission for questions, comments, or discussion. Commissioners, or motion, whatever. I'm trying to get this done before midnight.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Weisky.
Thank you. Derek, can you come up to the podium? So this property zone change, which is what we're looking at, we're not looking at any projects right now, correct? Just like the last project we saw, just a zone change.
Yes.
So what does it open? I mean, it appears that through my staff report, the zone change to CC opens up a lot of permitted uses that aren't allowed by NC or MF21. So, and we can't condition this. Some of these uses are not necessarily great uses, even though they're permitted up against existing residential units that are there. What can you tell me to convince me that it's appropriate?
Okay. Yeah, I agree. It's a long list of uses in CC. Some of them look fairly intense and with potential for impacts. I would say it boils down to a handful of things that might actually fit there. For instance, a car wash or a drive-through, a fast food drive-through. I have two answers to your question there. I'd say two protections in place. The first one, nobody's going to put a drive-through there. It's not a destination. It's not a pass-by destination. It's not a site that fast food developers with drive-throughs look for. So that's not realistic. The bigger answer, the bigger protection is that we have residential adjacency, or excuse me, an SUP for adjacent residential zoning. So anything that we do on that site is going to trigger an SUP that will be back here for further review. You know, and I know that that's something the city takes very seriously, and you wouldn't approve a car wash there, for instance. It would most likely be too noisy. Those noise controls, hours of operation, occupancy loads, all those things are things that would be addressed in an SUP. So it would be essentially impossible for us to intensively develop that site without triggering a special use permit.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner. Additional questions? Derek, I have one, but I'm trying to formulate exactly what it is. But I think I'd like to follow along with Commissioner Weiske's comment on that, and maybe the last project, community commercial, and the discussion about community commercial was based on the fact, in large part, because it was on McCarran, which is a large loop road. And obviously, right, similar situation, we were protected based on special use permit due to residential adjacency. We have some of the similar issues here. But I guess for me, the difference is that we're not on a major arterial. We're not even on a minor arterial. I mean, we're on a dead-end street, essentially. So in this case, there is a pretty severe intensification there. And I think that, and I guess the part that I'm coupled with that, and maybe I'm not even almost echoing the same question from Commissioner Weiske, but not only that, we're backed up to the river. So there's a number of uses, and the ones that I flagged were ones, and I appreciate the comments here, but I was flagging places like, motels, or, basically temporary living type, activities, places that would be far more intense because of the nature of the site, both from its draw from our side and from it's right up on the river. I mean, Sierra Water Gardens, I remember, having gone there a number of times, just being struck by that. So I guess, and part of our findings is also talking about like it still could be multifamily because that's part of the conditioning. But I guess why would we? What is the thinking again? Maybe going with that. This is not on a major arterial. So why is community commercial more appropriate than, say, the neighborhood commercial that's there for a part of what's going on with those factors in mind?
Sure. In my presentation, I showed zoning examples. In no way does the city restrict community commercial to major arterials. It's frequently placed in mixed zone areas and frequently placed adjacent to multifamily zoning, certainly. Sometimes it's very close to single-family zoning. So I think those interactions can be managed. That's an example just further east on Dickerson Road. That's an example elsewhere in town. So there's nothing that mandates that CC has to be on an arterial. My point with the previous project is that an arterial is appropriate for that commercial. In fact, in that other project, we could have asked for CC. That would have been I could have made that argument as well. AC, which is more intense. So I think that it's possible to have a community-oriented business on a street that isn't a major arterial. In this case, the Sierra Water Gardens wants to hold events there. That would likely draw in tourists and visitors from outside the area. That would be a community-serving business. Again, there's no mandate that has to be on an arterial. And as the existing city zoning map shows, those zoning interactions can be managed. So we're not asking for something that's an outlier in terms of standard city practice. And I hope that answers your question.
It does. Thank you.
Okay.
Commissioner Gower.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Derek, is it fair to say that the underlying driver of this zone change request is the need to have the ability to serve alcohol that's not allowed under the current zoning, at least on the MF side?
That's not the only consideration. It's the ability to hold events there, corporate retreats, small boutique-style weddings, and to get some possible retail tenants in there, and to encourage the development of, long-range plan would be the development of office and loft living space on there. Yeah, so it's a better basket of uses for us.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank
but
you.
certainly alcohol service would be wrapped into the event center. Sure, that's part of that. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Additional questions? Discussion items? Commissioner Weisky?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are a lot of permitted uses in here that would work off of a higher density, along with residential and component to it. And some of these uses, I mean, you wouldn't put a drive-through in there. Well, you can put a cleaners in there so you could have a drive-through to pick up your cleaning. There is enough space for that. I could think of some different things happening in here that it's almost like it's being thought of, the way that I'm reading this proposal and the application, and I did from the very minute I read it, is that someone is thinking about putting a strip mall in here. Maybe 6 or 8 businesses. Maybe it adds to what the existing business is there. And then adding some living space to it. And I just think the intensity is too great for the area, especially because it's between the number of apartments and townhouses, condos that surround it. And I can't make all these findings in order to vote in favor of it. So.
Thank you, Commissioner. Additional comments? Questions? Not questions. I don't want to go backwards on that. Sorry. It's late, early.
Commissioner Griffith, for the record, I just will chime in to echo Commissioner Weiske's. I just can't seem to get there because I'm really trying to not think about what could or what we're potentially going to see there because we're only looking at the zoning. But I have to look at what could go there. And when I do that, I get a streamline of all of these options that I just don't see working in a dead-end road and a predominantly residential 25 mile per hour. That's where I'm getting hung up, is because if we were looking at a specific project, which we're not, instead of my mind is rolling with all of these things that could go there with the river right there and all these residences so close. So that's where I am. That's where I'm coming from. And I'm really struggling to wrap my head around it, which typically I feel like I could. Just the neighborhood is too, I don't know. I just don't feel like it could take on that type of intensity of a zoning.
Additional comments? I guess I'll, maybe to summarize it in terms of what I was looking at, there were 3 findings that I highlighted to ask questions about, or to try to understand. Was finding I, which is that the development of the land is commensurate with the character or the physical limitations of the land. I struggle with that one a little bit because of the proximity to the river and some of the stuff that could go there. L, which is the one about the adequate supply of housing. And I think that one was resolved by comments that we received from staff that if it went to CC, we're still allowed to have housing. So that one is no longer a concern for me. But then we get to, I think, the one that everybody is commenting on here, which is M, and it's to ensure the protection of existing neighborhoods and communities. And that's where I think the hang-up that I'm having and what I'm hearing from the rest of the commission is that, you know, there is a community there. It is an eclectic community. There's a lot going on out there, and I think that there's a lot that can go on out there. But I think looking at the list of things, potential things that can go in here, I think there is some aspect of that community that could be problematic with some of these, whether it's a strip mall that you're talking about, a larger events facility that's drawing more population to that road than it can handle, you know, additional overnight accommodations. All of those things are potential. I'm not saying, and again, this is the same issue that we always hear, is it is, you know, it's not a project, it's a zone change, but the zone change is what's potential. And so the potential, I think, is outweighing those items that would, you know, the good potential there is dependent upon a quality owner, which I think we have, but that isn't always the case, and that's the struggle that we always look at. So if we change the zoning on this and something happens, we go a different direction, we could end up with something that we don't like. So based on that, I can understand some of the concerns. I've got still an issue with both item I and finding M. So based on that, I would be looking for a motion either way, but those were the thoughts that I had, so.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Weisky, can I just piggyback on that? This is not anything against the current property owner, the Stremmels. And please understand, the zone change stays with the property forever. And what you develop it to and then get tired of it, sell it off, whatever, you've made it, you can retire, you move to your next paradise, whatever it is, it's typically the next person is the one that we see the problems with down the road. And that's why we're being very cautious, and we are with every one of these about what could go in. And it sounds hypothetical, but it's reality for the 7 of us that sit up here. So hopefully that explains our position a little better.
Additional comments or motion? Commissioner Hawkins.
In the case of LDC 19-00033 Dickerson Road zone change, based upon compliance with the applicable findings, I move to deny the master plan amendment and the zone change. I think that's right.
It's just a
Just
zone
a zone
change.
change. Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Weisky, I'll second that.
Yeah.
And I cannot make finding M specifically. I will agree with you on I, but I came in not being able to make finding M from the beginning.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioners, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay. So that is 5 votes recommending denial and 1 vote from Commissioner Gower opposed to that motion. Okay. And again, this is going to council, so I don't have to read the appeal process in there. Okay. So with that, this morning, we're going to move on to the last few items on our agenda. Quickly, Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Liaison Report. March 13th is the next meeting. Okay. Staff announcements, Claudia.
Thank you, Claudia Hansen, Planning Manager. At the last council meeting, sorry, the Steamboat Repower hazardous material portion.
We've got a few items to finish up on this agenda, so if you can just go outside into the hallway, we'd appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Steamboat Repower went to City Council for the hazardous material portion and an amendment to the regional plan to amend the utility map. That was upheld by City Council. There was an abandonment request for the alley that runs north-south between West and Arlington, just north of the 3rd Street lofts. That was approved with a condition to add in an easement to access the properties that aren't owned by the applicant. Sierra Manor Master Plan Amendment and Zone Change that came before you was upheld by City Council. Northern Nevada Sierra Medical Center, the hospital, was upheld. The text amendment for drive-through signs for the menu boards was upheld. And that is the extent of the cases. And then just quickly, I'm going to mention, you're going to be seeing a change to the format in staff reports. So we have a number of conditions that you see over and over again on staff reports that are actually code. And so we're going to be pulling those out of conditions and describing them in the body of the staff report. And we're going to be taking them out of conditions because it's not appropriate to have them in conditions. I know I've mentioned this to you a few times before. We were kind of waiting for a shift in engineering staff and the new format of staff reports. So you'll be seeing that in the next round of staff reports. Those requirements are still in there. They'll still be required. They'll be described in the body. We just won't be putting them in as conditions anymore. And that's all I have.
Excellent. Thank you, Claudia. Item 11, Commissioner suggestions for future agenda items. Okay. Item 12, public comment. Public comment on the action item or general public comment. Anyone's here wishing to make public comment? You're not moving up, so I'll close public comment and bring it back to item 13 for adjournment. Looking for a motion.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
All
All those in favor?
Good night.
Aye. Good morning.